Hello everyone, in this video we're going to review AP Precalculus, Unit 3, Trigonometric and Polar Functions. Topic 3.1 Periodic Phenomenon. Alright, question 1. The figure shows two full periods of the periodic function f. Which of the following statement is true? Alright, so we need to find the period of this function, right? So the period is going to be from here to here, right? So it could be 6 subtract 1 is going to be 5, right? Now we need to look at the answer choice and we need to eliminate the wrong answer, right? So we need to eliminate B and D. I have of 31, we need to rewrite this one in terms of the period, right? So it's going to be f of how many times for number 5 go into 31? It's going to be 6 times, right? So it's going to be 6 times 5 plus 1, right? Now you just ignore this period, right? So it's going to be f of 1. And then f of 1 equals 1 right here, right? So the answer is A. Now we're going to use this information to do question 2 to 4. Alright, what is the period of the function g? Now we look at the graph, we see that this is where the period starts and this is where the period ends. Alright, so the distance from here to here, it could be from 0 to 7. So you take 7, subtract 0, it's going to be 7. So the period is 7. It's going to be B. Now question 3. What is the value of G32? We know that the period is 7. We just write 32 in terms of 7. So it can be equal to G of... Now how many times for number 7 go into 32? It's actually 4 times, right? So it could be 4 times 7. And then the remainder should be 4, right? Because 4 times 7, it could be 28. 32 subtract 28, it could be 4. Right, so this guy is the same thing as G of 4. Right, now G of 4, we look at this one, it's going to be right here. The answer is 4. Right, so the answer must be D. Now question 4. On which of the following intervals is the function g decreasing? Now, in order to know if the function g is decreasing, we need to write each of these intervals right here in terms of period, right? So we know that the period is 7, right? So we just rewrite 70 in terms of 7, which is 10 times 7, right? Now you take 70, you divide by 7, you get 10. And the remainder is 0, so you're going to add 0, right? Comma. 72 divided by 7, you get 10, right? So 10 times 7, and remainder 2, right? So this guy is the same thing as 0, 2, right? Now the interval 0, 2 is going to be from here to here, right? So it could be right here. This not decreasing, right? So this is wrong. Now same thing for this one. It's going to be 10 times 7 plus 2, comma 10 times 7 plus 4, right? So it's the same thing as 2 to 4, right? Because you just ignore this guy, right? This is multiple of periods, you just ignore it. So 2 to 4, it's going to be right here. This one is increasing, right? So this is wrong. Now 74 to 76, if you do exactly the same thing, it's going to be 4 to 6, right? Now look at 4 to 6, it's going to be right here, decreasing, right? So the answer must be C. Now let's move on to the next one. The graph of the function f is periodic with a period of 8. Value of f are shown as selected values of s. Use the information provided in the table to answer problem 5 to 7, right? Now we need to calculate f of 3. We need to rewrite f of 3 in terms of period right here, right? So remember that you can add or subtract the period, okay? So it's gonna be f of 3 equals -5 plus 8, right? Now, after you have the period, you just ignore the period, so it could be f of -5, right? Now, f of -5 is could be -11 right here, right? So the answer must be A, right? Now, we need to rewrite f of -4 in terms of the period, so it could be f of 12 minus 2 times the period, right? Alright, so you just ignore this one right here, right? So it could be f of 12. Now f of 12 right here equals -6. So the answer should be B, right? Now question 7. For which of the following values of s does f of s equals -4, right? Now f of s equals -4. So you look at the table right here. It's gonna be right here, right? So s must be 1. Now, you look at the answer choice right here, you don't see 1. Alright, so you can rewrite this one as f of 1 equals -4, right? Now I can rewrite f of 1 in terms of the period right here, 8, right? So I turn this one into 9 subtract 8, right? Now remember that if you add or subtract multiple of the period, and then it's gonna be answer still the same, right? So basically I just ignore this one right here. So this guy is the same thing as f of 9, right? F of 9, which means f of s, right? So s equals 9, right? So the answer must be D. Now let's move on to question 8, 9, and 10. The graph of h is periodic where h of s plus 9 equals h of s. Values of h are shown as selected values of s. Use the information provided in the table to answer problem 8 to 10. Alright, we need to calculate h of 2. This tells us that the period is 9. H of 2 can be written in terms of period, so it could be h of 2 minus 9, right? Remember that you can add or subtract multiple period, your answer stay the same, right? So this guy is the same thing as h of -7, right? So h of -7 equals 16, right? So the answer is D. Now, question 9. H of h -3, right? Now, it's going to be h of, now h of -3, it's going to be 10, right? So I just write 10 right here. Now, we need to write h of 10 in terms of the period, right? So it could be h of 1 times 9 plus 1, right? So it's gonna be h of 1, right? Because I just ignore this one, right? So h of 1 equals 7 right here. So the answer is B. Now question 10. What is the value of h of 9k minus 1 where k is an integer? Now this one can be written as h of -1 plus 9k, right? So this one is the multiple of period, right? You just ignore this one. So this guy turns out to be h of -1, right? Now h of -1, you look at the table right here, is not given, right? So you need to rewrite this one, right? And you know that, again, the period is 9, right? So h of -1 can be written as h of 8 subtract 9, right? This one is the period, so you just ignore it. So it could be h of 8, right? H of 8 is going to be -4 right here, right? So the answer is C. Now let's move on to question number 11. The figure shows a circle center at the origin. with an angle of measured theta radians in standard position. The terminal ray of the angle intersects the circle at a point R, right? Point R right here, and point S right here. Also lies on the circle. The coordinates of point R are negative S and Y, right? So this is negative S, comma Y, right? And the coordinates of point S are S and Y. This is S and Y. Which of the following is true about the cosine theta? Alright, so you have two different ways to do it. The first way is you need to find the reference angle because angle theta right here is bigger than 180 degrees, right? So the reference angle should be this one right here. Alright, remember that the reference angle is the angle created by the terminal ray and the closest x-axis, right? So it's gonna be right here. Now you look at the right triangle right here. So we're gonna use cosine, right? Cosine is gonna be adjacent over hypotenuse. So keep that in mind. So we have cosine theta equals adjacent, which means this one right here, right? So this guy, which means negative s right here, right? Negative s over hypotenuse, which means this one right here. And this is the radius of the circle, which is 8 right here, right? So it could be 8. So the answer must be 8 right here, right? Now the second way you're gonna do this one is to remember the formula. We have S equals R cosine theta and Y equals R sine theta, right? Right, so S in this situation, which means negative S, right? So negative S right here. So you can calculate cosine theta equals negative S over R, right? So it can be negative S over R, which means 8. So the answer, negative S over 8, right? Now let's move on to question number 12. In the xy plane, two different angles, alpha and beta, are in standard position. Alright, so if two angles are in standard position, they have the same initial rate, right? Which means the positive x-axis, right? And share a terminal rate, right? Based on this information, which of the following gives possible values for alpha and beta? Now, if two angles share the same terminal rate and initial rates, they are coterminal angles, right? So if they are coterminal angles, the difference between them must be multiple of 2 pi, right? So beta equals alpha plus or minus k2 pi, or beta equals alpha plus or minus 2 pi, right? So I'm gonna check the answer A, B, C, and D. Now, alpha equals negative pi over 2. I need to add or subtract 2 pi. If I subtract 2 pi, it's going to be negative 5 pi over 2. It's not beta, right? So I need to add 2 pi to see what happens. So it could be 3 pi over 2. So answer choice A is not correct, right? Answer choice B is not correct because we have 3 pi over 2. This is negative 3 pi over 2, right? Now, answer choice C and D. Angle alpha is pi over 2, right? So I have pi over 2. I need to subtract 2 pi. It's going to be negative 3 pi over 2, right? So answer choice C is correct. Now let's move on to question number 13. Question 13 is similar to question 11. You still have two different ways to do it, alright? You see that the angle theta is going to be right here. So you need to find the reference angle, which is this guy right here, right? And you use the trig ratio, right? So this guy is opposite, this guy is adjacent, and this guy is hypotenuse, right? So you look at the answer choice right here, sine theta, right? So you need to write sine theta equals opposite over hypotenuse, right? Now opposite, which means the y value of the point S right here. Point S, it could be S, comma, negative y, right? So it could be negative y over hypotenuse, which is the radius right here, phi, right? So it could be negative y over 5. So the answer must be C, right? Or you can use the formula S equals R cosine theta, y equals R sine theta, right? So in this situation, we need to calculate sine, right? So we don't need to worry about this guy, right? So sine theta equals y divided by r, right? Now y in this situation is going to be negative, right? So negative y divided by 5, right? So the answer must be C. Now, question number 14 is similar to question number 12. Alright, you're going to do exactly the same thing, right? So I'm going to leave this question for you to practice. The answer must be D. Now let's move on to question number 15. Question 15 is similar to question number 13. The only thing different right here is tangent. Alright, so we look at this one right here, the angle theta right here. We need to find the reference angle. The reference angle should be this guy right here. Alright, so you're gonna apply the trig ratio in the right triangle right here. Now again, you have two different ways to do it. Alright, the first way, you're gonna draw the arrow and this guy becomes opposite, this guy becomes adjacent, this guy becomes hypotenuse. Now I put the point P right here, it's gonna be S, comma, Y. And point R right here, it's gonna be S, comma, negative Y, right? So, tangent theta equals opposite, which means this guy right here. This guy has the value y, right? So y over adjacent is going to be right here. Right? This guy, which means the s value right here. So tangent theta equals y over s, right? So the answer must be A, right? You apply the formula tangent theta always equals y over s. You learned before with the formula S equals R cosine theta, Y equals R sine theta. Alright, so if you memorize the formula, it's gonna be helpful. Alright. Now, question number 16, similar to question number 15. So, point P is gonna be 4, 3. Alright, what is the value of tangent theta? Right, again, we have tangent theta equals y divided by s, right? Now we need to find the reference angle, right? So the reference angle should be right here. Alright, so we need to use this right triangle right here. Alright, so we draw an arrow. So this guy becomes opposite, this guy becomes adjacent, this guy becomes hypotenuse, right? So I have tangent theta equals opposite over adjacent. Opposite, which means the y value right here, right? Now we need to find the coordinate of point R. Point R is the reflection point of point P over the y-axis, right? So point R has the coordinate negative 4 and 3, right? So it's going to be y over s, right? Now y equals 3, s equals negative 4, right? So it could be A. Now question number 17, similar to question number 16. Alright, I'm going to leave this one for you to practice. The answer must be A. Now let's move on to question number 18. The figure shows a circle center at the origin with an angle of measure theta radians in standard precision, whose terminal ray intersect the circle at the point P and coincides with the line y equals negative 4 over 3s, right? In quadrant 2. Which of the following is true about the angle theta? So quadrant 2 right here. And you look at the angle theta right here. This is obtuse angle, right? So we need to find the reference angle, right? So the reference angle must be this guy right here, right? Now you need to create a right triangle, right? Now, how do I know the side length of this guy and this guy, right? So, I look at this one right here. This guy actually of this line right here, right? So, it's going to be y equals ms plus b, right? Now, I just look at the slope right here. The slope, which means rise over run, right? Which means delta y divided by delta s, right? Now, this guy actually rise. This guy actually run, right? Now, I'm going to draw the arrow right here, right? So, I have tangent theta, right? Equals opposite over adjacent, right? Opposite, which means rise right here, right? Rise, which means -4, right? Over adjacent right here, which means run. Run is 3 right here. So the answer is tangent theta equals -4 over 3. It must be D, right? Now question number 19. The figure shows a circle centered at the origin with an angle of measured theta radians in standard position in a point P right here. On the circle, the terminal right of the angle intersects the circle at the point Q here. The length of the arc PQ is 15 units, so this guy right here is 15. Now, which of the following gives the distance of point Q from the x-axis, which means they ask you to calculate this guy right here. Alright, so you need to find the angle theta first. Alright, so you know that angle theta equals length divided by radius. Because you have the formula arc length equals radius multiplied by angle theta, where theta is the central angle. Arc length is 15, right? So you have angle theta equals 15 divided by radius is 13 right here, right? So this guy equals 13. Now, this guy right here is y value, right? Now, we need to calculate the distance from point Q to the x-axis, which is y value, right? So we have y equals r sine theta, right? So it's going to be 13 sine of 15 over 13. So the answer must be D. Now, if the question asks you to calculate the distance from point Q to the y-axis, which means S, right? So S equals R cosine theta, right? So it could be 13 cosine of 15 over 13, right? So in this case, the answer must be C, right? Now question 20, similar to question 19, but you need to calculate S value, right? So I'm gonna leave this one for you to practice. Alright, the answer must be C. Now let's move on to question number 21. The figure above shows a circle of radius 5 along with the equilateral triangle PQO. Alright, which of the following gives the coordinates of point P? Alright, point P right here. Now, since the triangle POQ is an equilateral triangle, then the y-axis right here must be angle bisector of angle O right here, right? So each of this one must be the same, right? Now, we need to find the angle from here to here. Now, let's call this one as theta, right? So angle theta equals this angle right here, you know that 90 degrees, right? So it could be pi over 2. plus this guy right here, the little guy right here, right? This guy is half of this guy right here. But this guy right here equals 60 degrees or pi over 3, right? Because this one is equilateral triangle. So the measure of each angle must be 60 degrees, which is pi over 3, right? So this guy turns out to be 1/2 of pi over 3, right? Now you simplify this one, it's going to be pi over 2 plus pi over 6, right? So it's going to be 4 pi over 6, right? So it's going to be 2 pi over 3. So angle theta equals 2 pi over 3. Now you're going to apply the formula S equals R cosine theta. Alright, so R equals 5, right? Because the radius 5 right here. Times cosine of 2 pi over 3. And Y equals R sine theta. It's going to be 5 sine of 2 pi over 3. Now you need to find the coordinate points that has this guy. Right? So the answer must be C. Now let's move on to question number 22. The figure above shows a circle of radius 10, along with the isosceles right triangle PQO. Right? Which of the following gives the coordinates of the point P? Right? So we need to find the angle theta right here. Alright. Now observe that this angle right here equals 90 degrees, right? Or pi over 2. And this is isosceles triangle. So this x-axis becomes an angle bisector of this one, right? So each of this guy right here must be pi over 4, which is 45 degrees, right? So you have pi over 4 right here. So angle theta right here equals the whole thing right here, which is 180 degrees or pi, right? Subtract this guy right here, which means pi over 4, right? So it's going to be 3 pi over 4, right? Now, after you have this one, you just apply the formula. S equals R cosine theta, right? So it could be 10 cosine of 3 pi over 4. Y equals R sine theta. So it could be 10 sine of 3 pi over 4. Alright, now we look at the answer choice to see if anything match this one. Unfortunately, there's nothing right here match this guy right here. Alright, so we need to manipulate this one a little bit. Now you look at the unit circle. This is pi over 4. And this is 3 pi over 4. Alright, so cosine of 3 pi over 4, which means right here, and cosine of pi over 4, which means right here, they have the same absolute value, right? But the opposite side, right? So this one right here can be written as negative 10 times cosine of pi over 4, right? Because cosine of pi over 4 is the same thing as negative cosine of 3 pi over 4, right? So I put negative sign in the front, so it can be negative 10 times cosine of pi over 4. Now, I look at the sine function, which means the y-axis right here, right? This is the sine function, this is cosine function. Pi over 4 and 3 pi over 4 have the same value right here. It's going to be right here. Alright, so this one right here, I just replace sine 3 pi over 4 with sine pi over 4 without changing anything. Alright, so it can be 10 sine of pi over 4, right? So this one is the y value, and this one is the s value, right? Alright, now look at the answer choice. Definitely C, right? Now let's move on to question number 23. Given the function f of theta equals 6 cosine theta, what are all values of angle theta for theta from 0 to 2 pi. So this one is the restricted domain, right? So you need to solve for shift cosine theta equals -3, right? Divide both sides by 6, so cosine theta equals -1/2, right? Now, we look at the unit circle. We see that the angle where cosine theta equals -1/2, which is 2 pi over 3 and 4 pi over 3, right? So, the answer must be D. Now, question 24. The function g is given by g of theta equal to sine theta. Alright, we need to solve for g theta equal √2 within this domain, right? So it could be 2 sine theta equals √2. Divide both sides by 2, so sine theta equals √2 over 2. Alright, now the angle where sine theta equals √2 over 2, which is theta equals pi over 4 and 3 pi over 4, right? So the answer must be A. Now let's move on to the last two questions. The function h is given by h of theta equals 2 minus sine theta. We need to solve for h of theta equals 2, where theta from 0 to 2 pi, right? So I have 2 minus sine theta equals 2, right? Subtract 2 both sides, so negative sine theta equals 0, right? So sine theta must be equals 0, right? So theta equals 0 and pi, right? Because on the unit circle right here, the angle theta that makes sine theta equals 0 is 0 right here and pi right here, right? So the answer must be C. Now let's move on to the last one. Alright, so we have k theta equals 2, right? So we have 1 minus cosine theta equals 2. So cosine theta equals -1, right? Now, the angle theta that makes cosine theta equals -1 in this domain right here, theta must be pi, right? So the answer is C. Topic 3.4 to 3.7 Sinusoidal functions, graphs, and modeling. Question 27. The figure shows the graph of a sinusoidal function f. Which of the following values is the period of the function f? Alright, so we look at the graph right here. We need to look at the midline, right? Then we're gonna observe that the period is the length within one cycle, right? So you need to find where's the cycle start and where's the cycle end, right? So the cycle starts right here and end right here. And then the pattern keeps repeating, right? So this graph has two cycles, right? So the distance from here to here is the period, which is pi, right? So the answer must be C. Now let's move on to question number 28. The figure shows the graph of the sinusoidal function g. What is the amplitude of the function g? Alright, so first you need to draw the midline. The midline is 1, right? D equals 1. So the amplitude is the distance from the midline to the maximum. So it could be 3 subtract 1, it could be 2, right? So the answer must be B. Or you can apply the formula amplitude equals maximum subtract minimum divided by 2. Alright, maximum is could be 3. Subtract minimum is could be -1 divided by 2. So the answer is 2. Now let's move on to question number 29. The figure shows the graph of a trigonometric function f. Which of the following could be an expression for f of s? Now observe that the function starts from the midline, right? So then this is the sine function, right? Now the sine function is going to be like this. Alright, so it goes from the midline up to the maximum, go back to the midline, go down to the minimum, and back up to the midline. Alright, now you look at this one right here, you see that the function starts from the midline, go down to the minimum. So there is a reflection, which means there is a negative sign in front of the function sine, right? So you need to eliminate a, right? We need to find the period, right? So the period is pi, right? It's going to be from here to here. So we have the formula, the period equals 2 pi over b, right? But we have the period is pi, so we need to solve for b, right? So b equals 2 pi over pi, right? So it's going to be 2. So b equals 2, we need to eliminate this one because b equals 1. This one b equals 2, this one b equals 1 half, so this is wrong, right? So the answer must be C. Now let's move on to question 30. The graph of the sinusoidal function g is shown in the figure above. The function g can be written as g of theta equals a sine theta plus d. What are the values of the constants a and d, right? A, which means amplitudes, right? So we have a equals maximum subtract minimum divided by 2, right? Maximum is going to be 0, right? The highest point right here. Minimum is the lowest point right here, which is negative 4, right? So you have 0 minus negative 4 divided by 2. So it could be 2, right? So you need to eliminate A and B. Now the midline D equals mass plus mean divided by 2, right? So it could be 0 plus negative 4 divided by 2. So it could be negative 2. So the answer must be C. Now question 31, similar to question 30. And we need to solve for A and B, right? Now the amplitude is going to be maximum subtract minimum divided by 2, right? So maximum is going to be 4. Minimum is going to be negative 8, right? So 4 subtract negative 8 divided by 2. Alright, so it's going to be 6, right? So the answer B and D incorrect, right? Now you need to solve for B. So you need to find the period first, right? Because B equals 2 pi divided by period, right? Now the period is the distance from here to here, right? So it could be pi, right? So 2 pi divided by pi, it could be 2. So the answer must be C. Now let's move on to question number 32. We need to find the period and amplitude of the function f, right? So the period is going to be from here to here, right? It's going to be pi over 2, right? So you need to eliminate A and B. Now the amplitude is maximum subtract minimum divided by 2, right? Maximum right here is 3, minimum is negative 1, right? So 3 minus negative 1 divided by 2 is going to be 2, right? So the answer must be D. Now question number 33, we need to find amplitude and the midline, right? So amplitude is going to be maximum subtract minimum divided by 2, right? So maximum is 6, minimum is negative 2, and it's going to be 6 subtract negative 2 divided by 2. It's going to be 4, right? So you need to eliminate A, B, and D. The answer must be C, right? Now you need to verify D, right? So D equal maximum plus minimum divided by 2. So which means 6 plus negative 2 divided by 2. It's going to be 2, right? Now question 34, we need to solve for period and amplitude, right? The period is the distance between two hills or two maximum, right? So it could be from here to here. Alright, so it could be 2 subtract -2, which means 4, right? So I need to eliminate A and B. Now I need to find amplitude. Amplitude is maximum, which means 3. Subtract minimum, which means -1 divided by 2, right? So 3 subtract -1 divided by 2 is going to be 2. So the answer must be C. Now let's move on to question number 35. Given the graph, we need to find the corresponding equation for this graph. Alright, so we know that the general form of the trigonometric function is going to be a cosine of b times s minus c plus d, right? Or a sine of b s minus c plus d, where a is an amplitude or vertical dilation, b is the horizontal dilation, c is the phase shift, and d is the vertical shift, right? Now look at this one right here. We need to find the midline first, right? Midline equals maximum and minimum divided by 2, right? Now maximum is 3, minimum is -1, right? So if you add them up, divided by 2, it's going to be 1, right? So the midline is 1. Alright, now you look at the answer already here, we always have 1, right? Now we need to find the amplitude. The amplitude is maximum subtract minimum divided by 2, or the distance from the midline to the maximum, right? Amplitude is 2, right? So look at this one, we see 2, 2, this one is 2. Now keep in mind, if you have the negative sign here, which means there could be a reflection, right? This one 2. Alright, now next one, you need to find b. b equals 2 pi divided by period. Period is the distance between two hills, right? So it could be pi right here, right? So it could be 2 pi divided by pi. It could be 2, right? So this one is pi. This one is 2. This one is 2. This one is 2. So we need to eliminate a, right? Now if you start from here, there is a reflection because the cosine function starts from the maximum, right? Back down to the midline, go down to the minimum, back up to the midline, and go up to the maximum, right? And also have the phase shift to the right, pi over 2. So this one is right? Because you subtract pi over 2, which means shift to the right, pi over 2. But there is no subtraction sign right here. So this one may be wrong. Now, this one right here, you have the negative sign, right? But the phase shift is pi, which is wrong because the phase shift is pi over 2, right? So answer choice C is wrong. Now, answer choice D, there is negative sign right here, which is right? There is a phase shift 3 pi over 2, yes. If we start from here, right? Which means we shift to the right 3 pi over 2, right? And we start from the minimum, which means the negative sign should be in front of the amplitude, right? This makes the right? Or we can use this way. We can pick the point 0, 3, right? We substitute into B, C, and D to see if both sides equals. That is the answer, right? So I'm going to pick the point 0, 3, which means S equals 0, right? And f of 0 must be 3, right? Now, this is f of 0, right? So I have f of 0 equals 2 cosine of 2 times 0 minus pi over 2 plus 1, right? Now 0 minus pi over 2 equals negative pi over 2 times 2 is going to be negative pi, right? cosine function is even, so it turns out to be 2 cosine of pi, right? Because cosine of negative pi equals cosine of pi, right? Plus 1. Now cosine of pi equals negative 1, right? So it could be negative 2 plus 1. It could be negative 1, which is not equal to 3, right? Because we need 3. So this is the wrong answer. Now if you keep checking this one, it's going to be negative 2 cosine of 2 times 0 minus pi plus 1, right? Again, this one is negative 2 cosine of negative 2 pi, right? Plus 1. So it could be negative 2 cosine of 2 pi, right? Because the cosine function is even, right? So plus 1. Now cosine of 2 pi equals 1, right? So the answer is negative 1, right? Which is not correct, right? Now, if you substitute into the last one, we will see it. Negative 2 cosine of 2 times 0 minus 3 pi over 2 plus 1, right? So it could be negative 2 cosine of 2 times negative 3 pi over 2, right? Plus 1. Now it could be negative 2 cosine of negative 3 pi, right? Plus 1. Now cosine of negative 3 pi equals cosine of 3 pi, right? So it could be negative 2 cosine of 3 pi plus 1, right? Now cosine of 3 pi can be written as negative 2 cosine of pi plus 2 pi, right? Plus 1, right? I just ignore the period right here, right? So it could be negative 2 cosine of pi plus 1. Cosine of pi equals negative 1. Negative 1 times negative 2 equals 2. 2 plus 1 equals 3, which is this guy right here. So the answer must be D. Now let's move on to question number 36. Question 36 similar to question 35. The only thing different right here, this is going to be sine function. Now keep in mind the sine function starts from the midline, so it can be like this, right? Now if there is a reflection, it can be like this, right? So we look at this one, we need to find the period first, right? Now the period should be from here to here, right? So it could be pi over 2, right? Now we have the period is pi over 2. Now we need to solve for b. b equals 2 pi divided by pi over 2. Now to simplify this one, you look at the bottom right here. The denominator is 2. I need to multiply the top and bottom by 2, right? So it turns out to be 4 pi over this one cancel out pi, right? So it could be 4, right? So b equals 4. Look at this one, b equals 2, so this one wrong. b equals 4, good. This one good, this one good. Okay. Next one, we need to find the midline, right? The midline is going to be maximum at minimum divided by 2, right? Maximum is going to be 10. Minimum is going to be negative 20, right? So 10 minus 20 divided by 2 is going to be negative 5, right? So the midline is going to be right here. Now look at this one, we see that they all have the midline negative 5, right? Which is good. Now we need to determine the phase shift, right? Depending on the phase shift, we have negative sign in front of amplitudes or not, right? So look at this one. If we pick the phase shift pi over 4, right? So which means we want the function start right here, right? So it's go down to the minimum first, right? So if it's go down to the minimum, it should have the negative sign in front of amplitudes because this is a reflection, right? Look at the graph right here, right? So negative sign right here, which is good, right? So the answer could be B, right? Now we check this one right here. if we start the function from pi over 2, so pi over 2 right here, and then we go up to the maximum, right? If we go up to the maximum, there is no negative sign in front of amplitude, but this guy has the negative sign, so this is wrong, right? Now, if we start the function from 3 pi over 4, which means we start from here, it's go down to the minimum first, right? So there is a reflection, right? If there is a reflection, it should have the negative sign in front of 15, right? But there is no negative sign here, so it makes answer choice D wrong. So the answer must be B. Now, question number 37, very simple. Alright, I'm gonna leave this one for you to practice. The answer is B. Now, let's move on to question 38. The sinusoidal function h has a minimum at the point 2 pi negative 1. The first maximum after reaching this minimum value occurs at the point 5 pi 7. What are the values of the periods and amplitudes of the function h, right? Go ahead, sketch the graph, right? So the function has the minimum, right? So we just start right here, go down to the minimum, right? Back up to the midline, right? The first maximum after reaching this minimum, right? So the first maximum should be right here, right? So we just draw one cycle to see what happens, right? Now, this is the minimum. This is the maximum, right? We know that the period is the distance from here to here, right? Now, because you have the maximum value and the minimum values, right? So the period is twice the distance between maximum and minimum, right? So this one is half of the period, right? Because from here to here is the period, so keep that in mind. Alright. Now, in order to find the periods, we need to look at the s value of the coordinate point of the maximum and minimum, right? This is the first s, s1, this is s2, right? So, the minimum right here, s should be 2 pi. The maximum s equals 5 pi, right? s2 subtract s1, right? So you have 5 pi subtract 2 pi, right? This one is half of the period, right? Right? So P equals 6 pi, right? Now you need to eliminate C and D. Now you need to find the amplitude, right? The amplitude is maximum subtract minimum divided by 2. Now you need to look at the y value only, so be careful. The y value of the maximum is 7 right here. So 7 subtract y value of the minimum is negative 1, right? Negative 1 divided by 2. So it's going to be 4, right? So the answer must be A. Now, question 39, similar to question 38. I'm going to leave this one for you to practice. The answer must be C. Now, question 40. Which of the following best describe the behavior of the function g over the interval 0 to pi over 2, right? So 0 to pi over 2, which means this guy right here, right? Alright, so the interval should be this guy right here. Alright, so over this interval, the function g is decreasing, right? Because it's going down, right? So we need to eliminate A and B. Now, we need to know if the function decreasing at an increasing rate or decreasing rate, right? Now, since the function is concave up, so the rate of change is increasing, right? So the function is decreasing at an increasing rate. The answer must be C. Now, question 41. Over the interval pi over 2 to pi. pi over 2 pi is going to be from here to here, right? In order to know if the function is positive or negative, look at the graph. If it's above the x-axis, it's going to be positive. If it's below the x-axis, it's going to be negative. Now look at the yellow interval right here. It's going to be below the x-axis, so it's going to be negative. So you need to eliminate A and B. Now, to know if the function increasing or decreasing, you need to draw the tangent line, right? The tangent line is going up this way. The rate of change is positive. If the rate of change positive, the function is increasing. So the answer must be C. Now let's move on to question 42. Which of the following best describe how the rate of change of the function g is changing over the interval pi to 3 pi over 2, right? Now, if the rate of change is changing, which means it's increasing or decreasing, right? So, over the interval pi to 3 pi over 2, it's going to be from here to here. Over these intervals, the rate of change is decreasing because the function is concave down, right? So the answer must be D, right? The rate of change is decreasing because the function is concave down over this interval, right? Now, direction for number 44, 47. Use the graph of the sinusoidal function h below. Question 44. On the interval 0 to pi over 2, which of the following is true about the function h? Now, the function h is positive and increasing. 0 to pi over 2 is going to be this guy right here, right? Because the function above the axis, so it can be positive, right? So you need to eliminate C and D. The function is decreasing because it's going down, right? Which means the rate of change of the tangent line is negative, right? So it could be decreasing. The answer must be B. Question 45. On the interval pi over 2 to pi, which of the following is true about the function h, right? Pi over 2 to pi, which means this guy right here. The function is negative, right? Because it's below the x-axis, right? So we need to eliminate A and B, right? Now, the function is decreasing because it's going down, right? The rate of change of the tangent line is negative, right? Using the Christmas tree trick. So the answer must be D. Now, question 46. Over the interval pi to 3 pi over 2. The function is still negative, right? Because it's below the axis and it's increasing, right? Because the rate of change of the tangent line is positive, right? So it's going to be negative and increasing. The answer must be C. Now the last one, 3 pi over 2 to 2 pi. Alright, so it's going to be from here to here. The function above the axis, so it can be positive, right? And if you draw the tangent line is going up, the rate of change is positive. The function is increasing, right? So positive and increasing. The answer must be A. Now let's move on to question 48 to 51. Question 48 to 51 is going to be similar to the one we just did, right? Now I just leave the answer for you, and I leave this question for you to practice. Alright, question 48, the answer is D. Question 49, the answer is A. Question 50, the answer is A. Question 51, the answer is D. Now let's move on to question 52. Alright, given the graph, we need to write the sinusoidal function for this graph, right? First, we need to find the amplitude, right? So the amplitude A equals maximum subtract minimum divided by 2, right? So maximum is 4, minimum is negative 2, right? So it could be 4 minus negative 2 divided by 2. It could be 3, right? So they all have 3, right? So the answer choice could be A, B, C, D, right? Now we have the midline, they all 1, right? So we just draw the midline right here. Now we need to find the period. The period is the distance between the initial point and the end point within one cycle, right? So it could be pi over 2, right? So the period is pi over 2. Now we need to solve for b. So b equals 2 pi divided by period, which means pi over 2, right? So we need to simplify this one by multiply the top bottom by 2, because we look at this one, we see 2 here, right? Multiply this by 2. So it could be 4 pi divided by this guy cancel out, it could be pi. So pi and pi cancel out, it could be 4, right? So b equal 4, we need to eliminate A, B, and D. The answer must be C. Now let's move on to question 53. Question 53 is similar to question 52, right? First, we need to identify the midline, right? They are negative 1, right? So we just draw the midline negative 1 right here. Alright, so D equals negative 1, right? Now the amplitude is absolutely 2, right? So that's correct, right? So they all could be the answer, right? If you see the negative side, it could have the reflection depending on where you start the function, right? So now look at the phase shift. Answer choice A, there is no phase shift, which means you start from here, right? And then you go down, right? So if you go down, there should have the negative sign in front of amplitude A right here. But there is no negative sign right here. Choice A is wrong, right? Now, answer choice B. If you start from pi right here, which means there is a phase shift to the right, pi units, right? So you start right here. If you start right here, you go up first, right? If you go up, there shouldn't be a negative sign in front of A, right? But there's a negative sign right here. So this one is wrong, right? Now, if you start from negative pi, right? This one right here, which means you shift pi units to the left, right? Because the plus sign right here. So it's gonna be right here. So you start from here and then you go up first, right? If you go up, there shouldn't be a negative sign in front of A, but there is a negative sign in front of A, so this is wrong, right? Now last one, you start from negative 2 pi, right? Which means there is a phase shift 2 pi to the left, right? So it could be right here. So if you start right here, you need to go down first, right? So if you go down, you should have the negative sign in front of A, negative sign right here. So the answer D is correct. Now let's move on to question 54. Alright, we look at our answer choice right here. We see that the midline is 1, right? So we just draw the midline 1. D equals 1, right? The amplitude is 2, right? It's going to be from the midline to the maximum, right? So 2. So you look at this one, they all have 2, right? And remember that if you have negative sign, it could have the reflection depending on where you start the function, which means the phase shift, right? Answer choice A is cosine function. Cosine function start from the maximum, right? There is no phase shift, and starting from the maximum, there is nothing right here, right? You must start right here, right? So the answer choice A is wrong. Now, answer choice B, this is a sine function, so you can start from the midline, right? But there is a phase shift pi over 2 to the right? So you start right here, right? So if you start right here, you need to go down first, right? So since you go down, you should have the negative sign in front of the amplitude right here. But you don't have it right here, so the answer choice B is wrong, right? Now, answer choice C, there's a phase shift pi unit to the right, which means it could be right here, right? But this is a cosine function, so you need to either start from the maximum or minimum, right? Right at pi right here, there is no maximum or minimum, right? Pi right here is at the midline, right? So answer choice C is wrong. Now the last one, D. There's a phase shift 3 pi over 2, right? So you need to start from 3 pi over 2, and this is the sine function. So you need to start from the midline, right? So 3 pi over 2, you need to go down first, right? If you go down, you must have the negative sign in front of amplitude, which is right here, right? So the answer must be D. Now let's move on to question 55. The function f is given by f of s equals negative 3 times sine 2s. Which of the following is the part of the function f for the interval 0 to 4 pi, right? Now we need to find the period, right? We given b right here equals 2, right? So b equals 2. So the period equals 2 pi divided by b, which means 2 pi divided by 2. So it could be pi, right? Now we need to look for the period, right? The function starts right here and end right here. This is one complete cycle, right? So it could be pi. So this would be right? Now let's check this one. The function starts right here and end right here within the cycle. So this is the period, so it could be b, right? Now this one right here, the function starts right here and end right here to complete one cycle, right? So this is 2 pi, so this is wrong, right? So C incorrect. This one, the function starts right here and end right here to complete one full cycle, right? So it could be 4 pi, right? So this one is wrong. Now only A and B could be the answer, right? Look at the amplitude right here. Amplitude is negative 3 and the function sine 2s right here, there is no phase shift, right? Which means the function starts at the origin, right? And at the midline, right? So if the function starts right here, it's go up first. If it's go up, there is no negative sign in front of A, right? So you have negative sign right here, which makes answer choice A wrong, right? Now answer choice B, you start from the midline and you need to go down, right? If you go down, there is a negative sign in front of the amplitude, which is right here, right? So this one makes answer choice B correct. Now question 56. Given the function g of s equals cosine s, right? So g of s equals cosine s. The function h has the same period as the function g. The amplitude of the function h is twice the amplitude of the function g. So the function h of s equals, look at the function g right here, amplitude equal 1. So this guy must be 2, right? So it should be 2 cosine s, right? So then it's going to be 2 cosine s, which means g of s, so it could be g of s, right? So the answer must be B. Now let's move on to question number 57. Question 57 similar to question 55, right? Now we need to rewrite f of s, so f of s equals negative 2 cosine s plus 1, right? So you can see the midline 1, right? So the first one, the midline 1 right here, right? The second one, the midline 1 right here, right? The third one midline 1 right here, and the last one midline is negative 1, right? This makes answer choice D wrong first, right? Now we need to find the period, right? So the period for the first one is gonna be from here to here, right? So the period is 2 pi, right? Now from here we need to find the period first. The period equal 2 pi divided by b. It could be 2 pi divided by 1, right? Because b equal 1, so it could be 2 pi, right? So this one could be right? Now for this one right here, the period is from here to here, right? It could be 0 to 2 pi right here. So this one could be right. For this one right here, the period is from here to here, right? So 3 pi subtract pi, it could be 2 pi, right? So this could be right? Now next one, look at the amplitudes. The amplitude is absolute value of negative 2, which is 2, right? So the distance from the maximum to the midline, this one 2, yes. This one 2, right? That's correct. This one 2, that's correct, right? So this is good. Now, the last one is the negative one. Keep in mind the cosine function starts from the maximum. Since you have the negative side right here, there is a reflection, right? So this function should start from the minimum first, right? This one starts from the maximum, so this one is wrong, right? This one starts from the midline, right? So this one is wrong, right? This one starts from the minimum, right? So the answer choice must be C. Question 58. Let h be the function given by h of s equals psi s. The period of the function k is twice the period of the function h. Now look at the function h of s right here. The period of this function is 2 pi, right? And then the period of this function h should be 4 pi, right? The graph of the function k is horizontal translation of h by negative pi units, which means you need to shift the function h pi unit to the left, right? Since you have the period of the function k 4 pi, right? So you need to find b first, right? So b equals 2 pi divided by period, which means 2 pi divided by 4 pi. So it's going to be 1/2, right? So b equals 1/2, you need to eliminate a and b, right? Now, there is a phase shift negative pi units, which means you need to shift pi units to the left, right? So if you shift pi unit to the left, it should be plus pi, right? Now, look at this one right here. You need to choose D because this one is the general form. This is not the general form. Keep in mind, the general form is going to be A times F of B times S minus C. Right here, it should be the factor form, right? Plus D, right? Now, for this one right here, if I need to factor 1/2 out, so it's going to be H of 1/2 of S plus 2 pi. If I write this guy in the general form, that should have a translation 2 pi units to the left, right? Which contradicts this guy, right? So the answer choice C must be wrong. Now let's move on to question 59. Alright, you look at the answer choice right here and compare to the function right here. This is the cosine function. Cosine function always start from the maximum. And if there is negative sign in front of amplitude, the cosine function will start from the minimum, right? So look at this one right here. We need to draw the midline, right? The midline should be the x-axis, right? Because there is no vertical translation, right? So this guy starts from the midline, which is wrong because this is for the sine function only. This guy starts from the midline, right? So this one is wrong. This guy starts from the maximum, right? We need minimum first, right? Because there is negative side right here. So this one is wrong. The answer must be B. Now let's move on to question 60. Let f be the function given by fs equals cosine s. The function g is a horizontal translation of the function f by pi over 2 units, right? So which means you shift to the right pi over 2. Now we need to check for the answer choice right here. If you see the plus side right here, which means there is a translation to the left, pi over 2, right? But we need to the right, right? So the answer A is wrong. This one is vertical translation, right? So this one is wrong. Now, this one right here, there is a reflection, right? Because there's negative side right here. But the question right here does not mention the reflection, right? So the answer choice D is wrong. Now, only answer choice C is correct. Why? Because if you graph FOS and GOS on the same x and y coordinate plane, you will see it. Now you have f of s, it's gonna be cosine s, right? If you shift this one to the right pi over 2, it's gonna be FOS equals cosine s minus pi over 2. Alright? It's gonna be this one right here. Now, this one is the same thing as the function g of s equals sine s. Alright, this guy and this guy right here overlapping, right? So, which means they are the same thing. Now, let's move on to question 61. The function g is defined by g of s equal a sine b of s plus c plus d for constant a, b, c, and d in the x and y plane. The points 3, -1, and 7, 3 represent the minimum and maximum value respectively for the function g. What are the values of a and d? Now, amplitude equals maximum subtract minimum divided by 2. Maximum is going to be right here, the y value 3. Subtract minimum is going to be -1 divided by 2. So it could be 2. Eliminate C and D. Now the midline D equals maximum plus minimum divided by 2. So it could be 3 plus -1 divided by 2. It could be 1. So the answer must be B. Now, let's move on to question 62. Similar to 61, you have minimum point, the maximum point, alright? The question asks you to find B, right? So first, in order to solve for B, you need to solve for period because B equals 2 pi divided by period, right? So we just get the graph. So keep in mind, the period is the distance of 2x value of the minimum and the maximum multiplied by 2. So it's going to be the distance from here to here right here. Alright, so it's going to be 2 and this guy 4, right? So you take 4, you subtract 2, it's going to be 2 to find the distance right here. And you multiply by 2 to get the period, it's going to be 4, right? So after you have the period, plug it in over here, you have 2 pi divided by 4. So it will be pi over 2. So the answer must be C. Now question 63 is similar to question 62 and 61, right? I'm going to leave this one for you to practice. The answer must be D. Similarly, question 64, the answer must be C. I'm going to leave this one for you to practice. Topic 3.8, the tangent function. Alright, question 65. The function f is given by fos equals 1 plus 2 tangent s. Which of the following gives the vertical asymptote of f? Alright, so you know that the formula of the vertical asymptote of the tangent function is pi over 2 plus k k pi. Alright, so look at this one right here. The angle is S, so S equals this one. The answer must be A. Now, question 66. The function k is given k of s equals tangent of 1/2 s. Which of the following gives the vertical asymptote of the function k? Alright, now keep in mind the formula for the vertical asymptote of tangent function is pi over 2 plus k pi. Right? Now, whatever inside parentheses right here, you check it out. So it could be 1/2 s equal this one. Alright, now you need to solve for s. So you're going to multiply both sides by 2. So it could be s equals pi plus k 2 pi. Alright, so this is the answer. So the answer must be C. Question 67. The function g of s is given by tangent of pi s. They ask you to find the vertical asymptote, right? So you just let pi s, right? Anything inside parentheses, you need to check it out, equals pi over 2 plus k pi, right? Now you need to divide both sides by pi. So s equals pi over 2 divided by pi is going to be 1/2 plus k only. So this is the answer. 1/2 plus k, the answer must be C. Now question 68. The function h of s given by tangent of s minus pi. Find the vertical asymptote, right? So s minus pi, right? The one inside parentheses right here, equals pi over 2 plus k pi. Now you need to add pi both sides, so s equals 3 pi over 2 plus k pi, right? Now we look at the answer choice right here. We don't see any answer choice that matches this one. Alright, so we need to manipulate this one. Alright, so we need to solve this equation differently. Now I'm going to add pi both sides, so s equals pi over 2 plus k pi plus pi, right? So this one can be written as s equals pi over 2. Now I'm going to factor pi out, so it can be k plus 1 times pi, right? Now since k is an integer, so I can let k plus 1 be n, right? So I substitute n for k plus 1 into this equation. So I have s equals pi over 2 plus n pi. Now you look at the answer choice. A is the correct answer. Alright. The letter k right here and the letter n right here, they just variables, right? Now let's move on to question 69. The graph of the function f is given in the xy plane. If f of s equals a tangent of bs, where a and b are constants, which of the following is true? Alright, so we need to determine if a is positive or negative, b greater than 1 or less than 1. Alright, so if you have the tangent function, it should be something like this. Alright, if a greater than 0. If a less than 0, it's gonna be reflected over the x-axis, so it can be like this. Alright, this one a less than 0. Now from here, you can eliminate C and D because a less than 0. Alright, now you need to solve for B. In order to solve for B, you need to find the period of the tangent function. Now, in order to find the period of the tangent function, you need to find the distance between two vertical asymptotes, right? So, I have the first vertical asymptote right here, pi over 4. The second one is going to be 3 pi over 4, right? So, I need to take 3 pi over 4, subtract pi over 4, right? So it could be 2 pi over 4 or pi over 2, right? Now I'm going to use the formula period equals pi over b, right? So I need to solve for b. So b equals pi over 2, which is the period, right? So in order to simplify this one, I'm going to multiply the top and bottom by 2, right? So this one cancel out. So I have 2 pi over pi. So pi and pi cancel out. The answer must be 2. So b equal 2, which is greater than 1. So the answer must be A. Now, here's the thing you need to be careful. When it comes to the tangent or cotangent function, you need to use this formula because the period of the tangent and cotangent function is pi. Right? When it comes to sine and cosine function, the formula must be period equals 2 pi divided by b. Right? Because the sine and cosine function periodic 2 pi. Alright, so keep that in mind. Now, question 70. The graph of the function h is given in the xy plane if h of s equals tangent of b times s plus c, where b and c are constant. What are the values of b and c? Alright, so first you need to find b, right? In order to solve for b, you need to use the formula period equals pi over b, right? So you need to solve for the period first. The period of the tangent function is the distance between two vertical asymptotes. So it could be from here to here. Alright, so in this situation, the period is 2 pi, right? So I have 2 pi equals pi over b, right? So b equals pi divided by 2 pi. So it's going to be 1/2, right? So b equals 1/2, you need to eliminate c and d, right? Now, in order to solve for c, we need to find the phase shift, right? Now, we just pick a point on the graph and substitute into this function right here. We solve for c, right? So this point has the coordinate pi, 0, right? Substitute over here. So we have h of pi equals tangent of b. b equals 1/2, right? So you have 1/2 times pi plus c, right? And this one equals 0, right? Now you need to solve for c, right? So tangent of this one equals 0 when 1/2 of pi plus c equals 0, right? Multiply both sides by 2. So pi plus c equals 0. Subtract pi both sides, so c equals negative pi, right? Since c equals negative pi, which means the function shifted to the right pi units, right? So the answer must be B. Now let's move on to question number 71. The graph of the function k is given in the xy plane. Which of the following could be the expression for the function k? Now we look at the graph of the tangent function right here. There is no reflection because it's going this way, right? So the coefficient in front of the tangent must be positive. Now this one is negative 2. You need to eliminate this one and this one, right? Now you need to solve for b. In order to solve for b, you need to solve for the period, right? So the period is the distance between two vertical asymptotes, which is 4 pi, right? Because 6 pi subtract 2 pi is going to be 4 pi. Now we're going to use the formula p equals pi divided by b. So b equals pi divided by period, which is 4 pi, right? So it's going to be 1/4, right? So the answer must be D. Look at the graph of the tangent function right here. is going this way, which is there is a reflection over the x-axis, right? So the coefficient in front of tangent must be negative, right? So you need to eliminate C and D, right? Now we need to solve for B. In order to solve for B, you need to find the period, right? So the period is the distance between two vertical asymptotes, right? So it's gonna be 8 pi, right? Because 4 pi subtract negative 4 pi, which is 8 pi, right? So I have the period equals pi divided by b. So b equals pi divided by period, which is 8 pi, right? So the answer must be 1 over 8. So the answer must be A. Now let's move on to question 73. Now we look at the graph right here. We see that the point of inflection should be at the x-axis, right? So there is no vertical shift at all, right? So look at the answer choice A and B right here. Shift down pi over 4, right? So the answer A and B must be incorrect, right? Now we need to solve for B first. In order to solve for B, you need to find the period, right? So the period is the distance between two vertical asymptotes, which is pi over 2, right? So I have B equals pi divided by period, right? Which is pi over 2. Now I'm going to multiply the top and bottom by 2. So it's going to be 2 pi divided by pi, right? So it's going to be 2, right? Now look at the answer choice right here, only D correct, right? Now let's move on to question 74. The function f is given by f of s equals tangent of 3s minus 1. The graph of f is mapped to the graph of the function g in the same xy plane by vertical dilation of the graph of f by a factor of 4, right? Now we have the general formula a times f of b times s minus c plus d. Alright, A tells us that the vertical dilation by a factor of A. B tells us that the horizontal dilation by a factor of 1 over B. Right, this one is A. C tells us that the phase shift occurs, or horizontal translation, right or left. If C greater than 0, it shifts to the right. If C less than 0, it shifts to the left, right. D tells us that there is a vertical translation. If D greater than 0, it shifts up. D less than 0, it shifts down, right? Now, because there is a vertical dilation by a factor of 4, we're going to multiply f of s by 4, right? So right here, I have f of s equals tangent of 3s minus 1, right? Now, you're going to multiply both sides by 4. So this guy multiplied by 4. Don't forget parentheses, alright? So it could be 4 tangent of 3s minus 4. The answer must be B. Question 75. The function h is given by h of s equals 5 tangent of 2s. The function h is mapped to the graph of the function k in the same xy plane by a vertical translation of the function graph by pi units, right? So which means you're gonna shift up pi units, right? So if you shift up, which means you're gonna add d, right? Add the output by d, right? So the new function should be 5 tangent of 2s, and then you add pi, right? So the answer must be A. Now question 76. The function f is given by f of s equals 2 tangent of 4s. The graph of f is mapped to the graph of g in the same xy plane by horizontal translation of the graph by pi over 2 units to the right, right? So you have the formula A times f of b times s minus c plus d, right? Keep in mind, when you translate to the left or to the right, that number should be inside parentheses of the domain right here, alright? So if c is positive, it shifts to the right. If c is negative, it shifts to the left, right? Now you have the equation right here. So I just rewrite f of s equals 2 tangent of 4s, right? If you shift pi units to the right, it turns out to be f of s minus pi over 2, right? It's gonna be 2 tangent of parentheses 4 parentheses s minus pi over 2, like that. Alright, so the answer must be B. Now, a lot of students make mistake, and this is a common mistake. Don't write like this. Pi over 2 must be inside parentheses. Look at the formula right here. Now, question 77. The function h is given by h of s equals 6 tangent of 2s. The graph of h is mapped to the graph of k in the same xy plane by a horizontal dilation of the graph of h by a factor of 5, right? Now, remember that we have the formula a times f times b times s minus c plus d, right? Horizontal dilation, which means the value of b right here. Horizontal dilation by a factor of b, which means you're going to multiply by 1 over b. Alright, so in this situation, you need to multiply by 1 over 5, right? So you have h of s equals 6 tangent of 2s, right? Now, you need to solve for function k, so k of s must be 6 tangent of 2 times 1/5, right? Times s. Now, I'm going to simplify. It's going to be 6 tangent of 2/5 s, right? So the answer must be D. Topic 3.9, inverse trigonometric functions. Alright, so we need to review the range of the sine inverse, cosine inverse, and tangent inverse, right? So the range of the sine inverse should be the closed interval negative pi over 2 to pi over 2, which is on the unit circle. It's going to be on the first and the fourth quadrant. Alright. Now for the cosine inverse, the range should be 0 to pi, right? Which means on the unit circle, it's going to be the first and the second quadrant. Now for the tangent inverse, the range should be the open interval negative pi over 2 to pi over 2. Now keep in mind the tangent inverse, we don't include the endpoint negative pi over 2 and pi over 2 because right at this point the tangent undefined, right? On the unit circle, it's going to be on the first and the fourth quadrant, right? Look at question 78. The function f is given by f of s equals sine inverse of s. What input values in the domain of f yields an output value of cosine inverse of root 2 over 2. So we need to calculate this one first. Alright, so we know that cosine of pi over 4 equals root 2 over 2, right? Now we're gonna take cosine inverse both sides. So we have cosine inverse of root 2 over 2 equals pi over 4, right? So this guy equals pi over 4, right? And this one is in the range of this one right here, right? From 0 to pi. So this works, right? Now we put this one back over here. So we have f of s equals sine inverse of s, right? Now pi over 4 becomes the output of this one right here, right? So this guy turns out to be sine inverse of s equals pi over 4, right? Now we need to solve for the input, which means we're gonna solve for s, right? So we need to take sine both sides, right? So sine and sine right here. So then s equals sine pi over 4, right? Now sine pi over 4 equals root 2 over 2, right? So the answer must be D. Now question 79. The function g is given by g of s equals to cosine of root 3 s. What input values in the domain of g yields an output value of pi over 2? So pi over 2 is the output of this guy, right? So we have the equation 2 cosine of root 3s equals pi over 2, right? So you're gonna divide both sides by 2. I'm gonna have cosine of root 3s equals pi over 4, right? Now, in order to eliminate odd cosine, you need to take cosine both sides, right? So then you have root 3s equals cosine pi over 4 equals root 2 over 2, right? Now, in order to solve for s, I need to square both sides, right? So I have 3s equals 2 over 4, which is 1/2, right? Now divide both sides by 3. So s equals 1 over 6. The answer must be C. Now question 80. The function h is given by h of s equal 1/3 tangent inverse of s root 3. What input value in the domain of h yields an output value of negative pi over 12? So we have the equation 1/3 tangent inverse of s root 3 equals negative pi over 12, right? Now we need to multiply both sides by 3. So it's gonna be tangent inverse of s root 3 equals negative pi over 4, right? Now, in order to solve for s, you need to take tangent both sides, right? So we're gonna take tangent right here and tangent here. So it's gonna be s root 3 equals tangent of negative pi over 4 is the same thing as negative tangent of pi over 4, right? Because the tangent is odd, right? So then you have tangent of negative s equals negative tangent of s. So keep that in mind. Alright, now tangent of pi over 4 equals 1, right? So this guy becomes negative 1, right? Now divide both sides by root 3, so s equals negative 1 over root 3, right? So the answer must be B. Now question 81. The function k is given by k of s equals 3 sine inverse of 2 pi s. What input value in the domain of k yields an output value of pi over 2? So we have the equation 3 sine inverse of 2 pi s equals pi over 2, right? Now, you're going to divide both sides by 3. So, I'm going to have sine inverse of 2 pi s equals pi over 6, right? Now, in order to solve for s, I need to eliminate sine inverse, right? So, I'm going to take sine both sides, right? So, this guy gone. I have 2 pi s equals sine pi over 6, which is 1/2, right? Now, I'm going to divide both sides by 2 pi. So, s equals 1 over 4 pi, right? So, the answer must be B. Now, let's move on to question 82. The function g is given by 3 cosine inverse of 4s, right? Now, we need to find the input value where the output is pi, right? So, we have 3 cosine inverse of 4s equals pi, right? Now, you need to divide both sides by 3 first, right? So, I have cosine inverse of 4s equals pi over 3, right? Now, I need to eliminate cosine inverse by taking cosine both sides, right? So, cosine of this one equal cosine of this one, right? So, it's going to be 4s equals cosine of pi over 3 equals 1/2, right? So, I'm going to divide both sides by 4. So, s equals 1 over 8. The answer must be B. Now, question 83. The function f and g is given by this guy and this guy in the xy plane for which s coordinate of the point of intersection of the graph of f and g. So, in order to find the intersection between two graphs, you just equate them, right? So, we have f of s equals g of s, and then you solve for equation, right? So, you have 1/2 sine inverse of s over root 3 equals pi over 6, right? Now, in order to solve for s, you need to multiply both sides by 2 first, right? So, it could be sine inverse of s over root 3 equals pi over 3, right? Now, in order to solve for s, you need to eliminate sine inverse by taking sine both sides, right? Now, this guy becomes s over root 3 equals sine of pi over 3 equals root 3 over 2, right? Now, you're going to multiply both sides by root 3. So, s equals 3 over 2, right? The answer must be B. Now, let's move on to question 84. Consider the function f and g is given by this guy and this guy. Now, we need to find the point of intersection between two graphs, right? So, similar to 83, we just equate this guy and this guy, right? So, we have 1 over 4 tangent inverse of s root 3 equals pi over 6, right? Now, we need to multiply both sides by 4 first, right? So, it could be tangent inverse of s root 3 equals 2 pi over 3, right? Now, in order to solve for s, we need to eliminate tangent inverse, right? By taking tangent both sides, right? So, we're going to end up with s root 3 equals tangent of 2 pi over 3 negative root 3, right? Now, remember that you have the unit circle right here. Here's the trick. All students take calculus. So this is all students take calculus. Right. In the first quadrant right here, all trigonometric functions have the positive value, right? Second quadrant right here, only sine function has a positive value. The third quadrant right here, only tangent has the positive value. And the last quadrant right here, only cosine function has the positive value. Alright, so keep that in mind. So 2 pi over 3 right here, sine is positive, cosine is negative, therefore tangent is negative, right? Now divide both sides by root 3, so s equals negative 1. The answer must be C. Topic 3.10, trigonometric equations and inequalities. Question 85. What are all values of angle theta within the domain 0 to 2 pi? Cosine theta square equals minus cosine theta. Alright, the common mistake students always make is they're going to divide both sides by cosine, which means cosine theta equals negative 1. This one wrong. Because if you divide both sides by cosine theta, you're going to miss solution. Alright? Now, what you need to do is to add cosine theta both sides. Right? Bring every single thing to the left hand side. Right? So we have cosine square theta plus cosine theta equals 0. Right? Now, I'm going to factor cosine theta out. So it will be cosine theta times cosine theta plus 1 equals 0. Now this is a zero product. A times B equals 0. Then either A equals 0, B equals 0. Now keep in mind, the right hand side must be 0, and then you're going to apply the formula, right? Since the right hand side over here equals 0, so I'm going to apply this formula if I see the product, right? If the right hand side is not 0, you cannot apply the formula, so keep that in mind. Alright, so I have cosine theta equals 0 and cosine theta equals negative 1, right? Now you're going to use the unit circle to solve this one. Cosine theta equals 0, theta equals pi over 2 and 3 pi over 2, right? Theta equals negative 1, theta equals pi, right? Keep in mind, don't forget the domain right here, right? So your answer must be pi over 2 and 3 pi over 2. The answer is D. Now question 86. What are all values of angle theta where theta from 0 to 2 pi? 2 sine square theta equals 3.5, right? Now you need to isolate sine square theta first by dividing both sides by 2. Alright, so it could be sine square theta equals 3 over 4, right? Now you're going to take square root both sides, right? So sine theta equals plus and minus square root of 3 over 2. Alright, the common mistake students usually make when they take square root is only sine theta equals root 3 over 2. By doing this way, you're gonna miss solution, so that's wrong. When you take square root both sides, make sure it's gonna be plus and minus, keep that in mind. This one is extremely important. Alright, now, so you have two equations, sine theta equals root 3 over 2 and sine theta equals negative root 3 over 2. Alright, yeah, now you're going to use the unit circle. Sine theta equals root 3 over 2, theta equals pi over 3 and 2 pi over 3, right? Sine theta equals negative root 3 over 2, theta equals 4 pi over 3 and 5 pi over 3. Alright, so we have 4 solutions. The answer must be D. Now question 87. We need to solve this equation within this domain, right? So you need to isolate cosine theta first, right? Divide both sides by 2, right? So we have cosine theta equals root 3 over 2, right? Now, you need to find the angle theta where cosine theta equals root 3 over 2 on the unit circle, right? So, on the unit circle, theta equals pi over 6 and 11 pi over 6, right? So the answer must be B. Now question 88. We need to solve this equation within this domain, right? So we need to isolate sine theta first, right? Divide both sides by -2. So you have sine theta equals negative root 2 over 2, right? Now you need to find angle theta where sine theta equals negative root 2 over 2, right? Look at the unit circle. Theta equals 5 pi over 4 and 7 pi over 4, right? So the answer is D. Now question 89. We need to solve this equation within this domain, right? So we need to isolate cosine theta, right? Subtract 4 both sides first, right? So you have 2 cosine theta equals 3 minus 4 is going to be -1. Divide both sides by 2. So cosine theta equals -1/2, right? Now you need to find angle theta where cosine theta equals -1/2 by looking at the unit circle. It's going to be 2 pi over 3 and 4 pi over 3, right? The answer must be C. Now let's move on to question 90. We need to solve for this equation within this domain. Alright, so look at this one right here. It should be double angle, so you need to be careful. Alright, I just show you the common mistake students do. They're gonna divide both sides by 2, so it could be like this side theta equals 1/2, like that. This is completely wrong, right? So don't do like that, right? So on the unit circle, you need to find the angle where sine of that angle equals 1. It should be pi over 2, right? Angle right here where sine equals 1, right? So after one cycle, it's go back to original spot right here, right? So you have 2 theta equals pi over 2 plus k 2 pi, right? So keep that in mind, where k is an integer, right? Now divide both sides by 2, so theta equals pi over 4 plus k pi, right? Now you let k be 0. So you have the first solution, theta equals pi over 4 plus 0 is going to be pi over 4, right? Now k equals 1. You have theta equals pi over 4 plus pi, right? So it's going to be 5 pi over 4, right? Now k equals 2. Theta equals pi over 4 plus 2 pi, right? So it will be 9 pi over 4. This one is not a solution because it's outside the domain, right? It's greater than 2 pi, right? You know that the domain is from 0 to 2 pi only, right? So only k equals 0 works, k equals 1 works, so we have solution pi over 4 and 5 pi over 4. The answer must be D. Now question 91. We need to solve for this equation where theta from 0 to 2 pi. Alright, now you need to isolate sine square first by dividing both sides by 2. So you have sine square theta equals 1/2, right? Now taking square root both sides, it's going to be sine theta equals plus and minus. Keep that in mind. Most students forget the minus sign. When you take square root both sides, it should be plus and minus. Alright, it's going to be square root of 1 over square root of 2, right? Now I'm going to simplify this one. It's going to be 1 over square root of 2, right? Now I'm going to radicalize this one by multiplying the top and bottom by root 2. So it could be root 2 over 2, right? I'm going to split this one into two different ones, right? Sine theta equals root 2 over 2, and sine theta equals negative root 2 over 2. Now, on the unit circle, sine theta equals root 2 over 2 when theta equals pi over 4 right here, right? And 3 pi over 4 right here, right? Because if you draw the line, this one actually root 2 over 2. And the second one is going to be right here and right here. It's going to be negative root 2 over 2, right? Remember that the sine function is the y-axis, right? So this guy is 5 pi over 4 and 7 pi over 4, right? So the answer must be D. Now question 92. Given f of x equals 1 minus 2 tangent s and g of x equals 1 plus 2 root 3. In the xy plane, what are the x-coordinates of the points of intersection of the graph of f and g square theta from 0 to 2 pi, right? Now, the key information right here is the points of intersection, right? Whenever you see this one, you just let f of s equals g of s, right? And then you solve for s, right? So you have 1 minus 2 tangent s equals 1 plus 2 root 3, right? Now both sides have 1, right? So I just cancel out, right? Now I'm going to end up with negative 2 tangent s equals 2 root 3, right? I need to isolate tangent s by dividing both sides by negative 2, right? So tangent s equals negative root 3, right? Now, on the unit circle, you need to find the angle where tangent s equals negative root 3, right? Now, if you forget how to do it, just convert tangent s to sine s and cosine s. It's going to be like this, right? Equals negative root 3, right? The angle that makes tangent s equals negative root 3 is going to be 2 pi over 3 and 5 pi over 3, right? Because on the unit circle, the second quadrant right here and the fourth quadrant right here, sine and cosine opposites, right? If sine and cosine opposites, the answer must be negative. So tangent must be negative, right? So memorizing the unit circle is extremely important, right? The answer must be D. Now question 93. f of x given by sine s times tangent s and g of x given by sine s. We need to find the point of intersection within this domain, right? So again, let f of x equals g of x, right? And then you have sine s tangent s equals sine s. Again, the common mistake students do is to divide both sides by sine s. That's completely wrong. Alright, so don't ever do that, right? You need to move every single thing to the left hand side and then you factor them out using the zero product. Keep that in mind. Alright, so I have sine s times tangent s minus sine s equals 0, right? And then I'm going to factor sine s out, so sine s times tangent s minus 1 equals 0, right? So this is a 0 product. I'm going to let each of this one equals 0, so sine s equals 0, and tangent s minus 1 equals 0, which means tangent s equals 1, right? Now I need to find the angle within this domain right here, where sine and tangent equals 0 and 1, right? So the angle that makes sine equals 0 within this domain is s equals 0 and pi, right? The angle that makes tangent equals 1, where s equals pi over 4 and 5 pi over 4, right? So the answer must be B. Now question 94, given a function f, what are the zeros of f on this interval, right? So in order to find the zeros of the function, we just let this one equals 0, right? So f of s equals 0 when 1 over 2 sine s over cosine s equals 0, right? Now, you're going to multiply both sides by cosine s, right? Remember that cosine s must be different from 0, right? Because if it's equal to 0, it's going to be undefined, right? So s must be different from pi over 2 and 3 pi over 2. So keep that in mind, this is the new domain inside of this one. Now you're going to multiply both sides by cosine s, so it will be 1 plus 2 sine s equals 0, right? Subtract 1 both sides, so you have 2 sine s equals negative 1, right? By both sides by 2, so you have sine s equals negative 1 half, right? Now you need to find the angle within the domain right here and this one right here, where sine s equals negative 1 half, right? S equals 7 pi over 6 and 11 pi over 6. Now we will check to see if this one is inside the domain, right? This one within 0 and 2 pi and different from pi over 2 and 3 pi over 2, right? So the answer must be D. Now question 95. Given fs equal this one and gos equal this one, we need to find the zeros of the function h, where h of s equals fs minus gos, right? Alright, so we take fs subtract gos, it will be 2 sine s cosine s minus cosine s right here, right? fs subtract gos, right? We let this one equals 0, right? Now, a lot of students make mistake. They're gonna add cosine s both sides, then they're gonna divide both sides by cosine s. That's completely wrong, right? Don't do that way. You need to factor cosine s out, right? So cosine s times 2 sine s minus 1 equals 0, right? And then you have the 0 product. The first one is to be cosine s equals 0. And second one, 2 sine s minus 1 equals 0, right? So I just rewrite the first one, cosine s equals 0. The second one, I need to add 1 both sides and divide both sides by 2. So sine s equals 1 half, right? Now I need to find the angle where cosine s equals 0 within this domain right here, right? So s must be pi over 2 and 3 pi over 2, right? Now I need to find the angle where sine s equals 1 half. Then s equals pi over 6 and 5 pi over 6, right? So the answer must be B, right? Now let's move on to question 96. The function f is given by fos equal 3 tangent square of s, right? Gos equal fos minus 1. They ask you to find the zeros of the function g, right? So the function g right here equal fos minus 1, right? So fos equal this one, so we have 3 tangent square s and then minus 1, right? And then we need to find the zeros of the function g, so we let this one equals 0, right? Now we're going to add 1 both sides, so we have 3 tangent square of s equals 1, right? Divide both sides by 3, so you have tangent square of s equals 1/3, right? And then take square root both sides, so tangent s equals, don't forget plus and minus, right? 1 over root 3, right? Now I need to write for like this one, it's to be plus and minus root 3 over 3, right? Now I need to split this one into two different ones, right? Now the first one, s equals pi over 6 and 7 pi over 6, right? The second one, s equals 5 pi over 6 and 11 pi over 6, right? So the answer must be C. Now question 97. LS given by cosine square of s, GLS given by cosine s. We need to find the zeros of the function h, where h of s equals fs plus g of s, right? So we just let cosine square of s plus cosine s equals 0, right? Now, don't divide both sides by cosine s, right? Keep that in mind. You need to factor cosine s out. So cosine s times cosine s plus 1 equals 0. And then each of this one must be equals 0, right? So you have cosine s equals 0 and cosine s plus 1 equals 0, right? And then on the unit circle, you need to find the angle where cosine s equals 0. S equals pi over 2 and 3 pi over 2, right? Now for the second equation, cosine s equals -1, right? So on the unit circle, the angle that makes cosine s equal -1 is s equals pi, right? So the answer must be C. Now question number 98. We need to find the angle theta within this domain where 2 sine theta plus 1 less than 0, right? Alright, this is the inequality, right? Now, you're gonna subtract one both sides, so you have 2 sine theta less than -1, right? Now, sine theta less than -1/2, right? Now, you need to draw the unit circle. First, you need to find the angle where sine theta equals -1/2, which means theta equals 7 pi over 6 and 11 pi over 6, right? Alright, now you draw the horizontal line connecting these 2 points right here. And then this one right here actually -1/2, right? Now look at the y-axis right here. This is the sine function, right? Sine theta less than -1/2, which means anything below -1/2, right? So it's gonna be right here, right? So keep that in mind. Now we need to find the intervals where sine theta less than -1/2, so which means it's gonna be from here to here, right? So the answer must be theta greater than 7 pi over 6 and less than 11 pi over 6. Or you can write this one in interval notation, which means 7 pi over 6 cover 11 pi over 6. Now, don't include the endpoints, right? Because you don't have the equal sign right here, right? So the answer must be B. Now let's move on to question 99. The function f and g is given by f of s equal 2 cosine s and g of s equal √2. What are all intervals of s within this domain where f of s greater than g of s, right? So we have 2 cosine s greater than √2, right? Now divide both sides by 2, so you have cosine s greater than √2 over 2, right? Now draw the unit circle. The cosine function is the s-axis, right? So you only focus on the s-axis, right? You need to find the angle where cosine s equals √2 over 2, which means pi over 4, right? And 7 pi over 4, right? Now you're gonna draw the line that connecting these 2 points, right? So the point right here is √2 over 2, right? Now, on the x-axis, the value that greater than root 2 over 2 is from here all the way to the right, right? Because from here all the way to the left is less than root 2 over 2, right? Now you need to find the interval such that cosine s greater than root 2 over 2, which means it's from here to here. Alright, now you need to be careful. When you write the interval, you cannot write pi over 4 to 7 pi over 4. This is a common mistake. You need to start right here. This one is 0, right? 0 to pi over 4, right? So the interval must be 0 to pi over 4 union. Now keep in mind, you don't have the equal sign, so you're not going to include the endpoints, right? Now look at the domain right here. You need to include 0 because you have the equal sign right here, right? So right here, I need to put the bracket for zeros only, not pi over 4, right? Because you don't have the equal sign here, right? So I'm done with this guy, right? Now the second one, it's going to be 7 pi over 4 to 2 pi right here, right? So it's going to be 7 pi over 4 to 2 pi. Now right at 2 pi, I'm not going to include the bracket, right? Because you don't have the equal sign right here, right? So the answer must be D. Now let's move on to question 100. The function f and g is given by fs equal this and grs equal root 3. We need to find all intervals of s for the domain of s from 0 to 2 pi, where fs greater than grs, right? So you let negative 2 sine s greater than root 3, right? Divide both sides by negative 2. Now, when you divide both sides by a negative number, you need to switch inequality symbol, right? So you have sine s right here less than negative root 3 over 2, right? Keep that in mind. Don't forget to switch this one, right? Now, on the unit circle, you need to find the angle where sine s equals negative root 3 over 2, right? Remember that the sine function is going to be the y-axis, right? So negative root 3 over 2, which means it's going to be 4 pi over 3 and 5 pi over 3. Right, if you draw the line, right, this one actually negative root 3 over 2, right? Now the interval that sine s less than negative root 3 over 2, which means it's going to be below negative root 3 over 2. It's going to be this interval right here, right? So your answer must be 4 pi over 3 less than s less than 5 pi over 3, right? You don't include the equal sign because there is no equal sign here, right? So no bracket. The answer must be B. Topic 3.11. The secant, cosecant, and cotangent functions. Alright, question 101. What are all values of f of theta such that 5 plus 3 secant theta equals 11 within the domain 0 to 2 pi. Alright, now keep in mind, when it comes to secant, cosecant, and cotangent, you need to convert it to sine and cosine or tangent. So it's going to be really helpful. Alright, if you don't know the formula, please check out the link in the description below to see the trick I show you how to memorize this. Alright, so first I need to isolate secant theta, right? So I need to subtract 5 cosine, right? So you have 3 secant theta equals 6, right? Divide both sides by 3, so secant theta equals 2, right? Now I need to convert secant to cosine, right? So it's going to be 1 over cosine theta equals 2 over 1, right? Now I just flip this one, so it will be cosine theta equals 1 half. right? Now I need to find the angle within this domain where cosine theta equals 1/2, right? So theta equals pi over 3 and 5 pi over 3, right? Because on the unit circle, the angle right here, pi over 3 and 5 pi over 3 right here, make cosine equals 1/2. This one is 1/2, right? Cosine is the x-axis. Alright, so the answer must be B. Now let's move on to question 102. Alright, we need to solve for this equation within this domain, right? So I need to divide both sides by 2. So I have cotangent theta equals root 3, right? Now cotangent, which means 1 over tangent, right? So it will be 1 over tangent theta equals root 3. I can write root 3 over 1, right? Now I need to flip this one, so it will be tangent theta equals 1 over root 3, right? 1 over root 3 is the same thing as root 3 over 3 if I write like this one, right? Now, on the unit circle, you need to find the angle theta where tangent equals root 3 over 3, right? Which means theta equals pi over 6 and 7 pi over 6, right? So the answer must be B. Now let's move on to question 103. Given f(x) equal this and g(x) equal this, we need to find the points of intersection of the function f and g within this domain, right? So we just let this guy and this guy equals, right? Remember, f of s equals g of s, right? So it could be 5 plus root 3 secant s equals 3, right? Now I need to isolate secant s by subtracting 5 both sides, right? So root 3 secant s equals -2, right? Divide both sides by root 3, so secant s equals -2 over root 3, right? Now secant s, which means 1 over cosine, right? So 1 over cosine s equals -2 over root 3. Now I need to flip this one, so it will be cosine s equals -root 3 over 2, right? Now on the unit circle, I need to find the angles where cosine s equals -root 3 over 2, right? So s equals 5 pi over 6 and 7 pi over 6, right? So the answer must be A. Now question 104. We need to find the intersection between this graph and this graph within this domain, right? So we have 1/2 cosecant square of s equals 2, right? Now multiply both sides by 2, you have cosecant square of s equals 4, right? Check square root both sides, so it will be cosecant s equals plus and minus 2. Keep that in mind, don't forget plus and minus sign, right? Now cosecant s, which means 1 over sine s, right? Equals plus and minus. Now 2, I can write 2 over 1, right? Now I need to flip this one, so it will be sine s equals plus and minus 1/2, right? Now I need to split this one into two different equations, right? So sine s equals 1/2 first, right? Second, sine s equals -1/2, right? Now I need to find the angle where sine s equals 1/2, which means s equals pi over 6 and 5 pi over 6, right? Sine s equals -1/2, s equals 7 pi over 6 and 11 pi over 6, right? So the answer must be C. Now, let's move on to question 105. Given f(x) equals secant of 1/3 s, which of the following is the vertical asymptote of the graph of f? Right. So you know that secant s equals 1 over cosine s, right? So in order to find the vertical asymptote, we're gonna let cosine s right here equals 0, right? Because cosine s equals 0 is to be undefined, so it becomes the vertical asymptote of secant s, right? In this situation, the angle should be 1/3 s, right? So you have cosine of 1/3 s equals 0, right? Now, on the unit circle, you need to find the angle where cosine of 1/3 s equals 0, right? So you have 1/3 s equals pi over 2, and 1/3 s equals 3 pi over 2 within one cycle, right? Remember that it has infinitely many vertical asymptotes, right? So I just check within one cycle, right? Because I only have the values right here, right? Now, for the first one right here, I need to multiply both sides by 3, right? So you have s equals 3 pi over 2. Now the second one, I need to multiply both sides by 3. So s equals 9 pi over 2, right? Now I look at the answer choice. This one is not one of the answer choice, right? So I need to eliminate this. Now s equals 3 pi over 2, the answer must be D. Now, question 106, similar to question 105, we need to find the vertical asymptote of this function, right? So we know that cosecant s is 1 over sine s, right? So to find the vertical asymptote of this one, we need to let sine s equals 0, right? Because sine s equals 0 is to be undefined, right? So it becomes the vertical asymptote, right? So the angle right here for s, right? So you have sine 4s equals 0, right? I need to find the angle where sine 4s equals 0 within one cycle, right? So you have 4s equals 0 and 4s equals pi, right? Now divide both sides by 4, so s equals 0 and s equals pi over 4, right? Look at the answer choice right here, only D matches, right? So the answer must be D. Now question 107. In the xy plane, the graph of which of the following functions has a vertical asymptote at s equals pi, right? Now, in order to find the vertical asymptote, you need to convert it to sine cosine function, right? So this one turns out to be 1 over cosine s, right? Now, you need to let denominator equals 0, right? So cosine s equals 0, right? Solve for s, right? Within one cycle. So s equals pi over 2. Oh, 3 pi over 2. So it's different from this one, right? So A is wrong. Now second one, you're going to do the same thing, right? So 1 over sine r 1/2 s, right? Now you let the denominator equals 0, right? So you have sine r 1 over 2s equals 0, right? So then 1 over 2s equals 0. 1 over 2s equals pi, right? Now multiply both sides by 2. So s equals 0. S equals 2 pi, right? This is wrong, right? So the answer B is wrong. Now C is same thing, right? 1 over cosine of s minus pi, right? So then you let this one equal 0, right? So cosine of s minus pi equals 0, right? So then s minus pi equals pi over 2, right? Or s minus pi equals 3 pi over 2, right? Now you need to solve for s. So add pi both sides, so s equals 3 pi over 2, right? And this one add pi both sides, so s equals 5 pi over 2, right? So this is not the right answer, right? So C is wrong, right? Finally, cotangent S equals cosine S over sine S, right? So this one is undefined when sine S equals 0, right? And then S equals 0 or S equals pi within one cycle, right? So it matches this one right here, right? So the answer must be D. Now question 108. We need to find the function where the vertical asymptote of the function is s equals 1/2, right? So again, it's similar to 107. Alright, I'm gonna leave this one for you to practice. The answer must be C. Now question 109. Which of the following is the vertical asymptote of the function k? Alright, so convert this one into cosine and sine, right? So it could be cosine of 1/2 s over sine of 1/2 s, right? So this one is undefined when denominator equals 0, right? So this one turns out to be sine 1/2 s equals 0, right? So for s, so it could be 1/2 s equals 0 or 1/2 s equals pi, right? Within one cycle, right? So multiply both sides by 2. So s equals 0 and s equals 2 pi, right? So only this one matches. So the answer is D. Now let's move on to question 110. Let LS be 4 minus root 3 cosecant s and GLS equals 2. We need to find the points of intersection of the graph identities within this domain, right? So we just let f of s equals g of s, right? And then it turns out to be 4 minus root 3 cosecant s equals 2, right? Now subtract 4 both sides, it could be negative root 3 cosecant s equals negative 2, right? Divide both sides by negative root 3, right? So cosecant s equals 2 over root 3, right? Cosecant s, which means 1 over sine s, right? So it will be 2 over root 3, right? Now I just flip this one, it will be sine s equals root 3 over 2, right? Now on the unit circle, I need to find the angle where sine s equals root 3 over 2, right? So s equals pi over 3 and 2 pi over 3, right? So the answer must be C. Topic 3.12. Equivalent representation of trigonometric functions. Question 111. Which of the following expression is equivalent to 1/2 sine 2s, right? So you need to memorize the trigonometric identities, right? So this one becomes 1/2 sine 2s equals 2 sine s cosine s, right? This one is the double angles formula, right? Now 2 and 2 right here cancel out. So the answer is sine s cosine s. The answer must be C. Now question 112. Which of the following expression is equivalent to cosine 5 pi over 11 times cosine 2 pi over 11 minus sine 5 pi over 11 times sine 2 pi over 11, right? So you look at this one, you see that this guy and this guy are the same, right? So we just label A. This one A. This guy and this guy are the same. We just label B. It could be B. So we write this one down. So it could be cosine A cosine B minus sine A sine B. This guy actually cosine of A plus B, right? So A equals 5 pi over 11. B equals 2 pi over 11. I just substitute this guy into this expression, right? So I have cosine of 5 pi over 11 plus 2 pi over 11. Now the common mistake student always makes this guy is minus sine, this guy must be opposite. Alright, when it comes to this formula. If this guy is plus sine, this guy must be negative sine. So keep that in mind. Alright, so this guy turns out to be cosine of. Now they have the same denominator. You just add the numerators up, right? So it could be cosine of 7 pi over 11, right? So the answer must be B. Now, question 113, similar to question 112, right? So I just label this one A, and then this one must be A, right? This one is B, and this one must be B, right? So I just write this one out. So it could be sine of A cosine B minus sine B cosine A, right? This guy actually sine of A minus B, right? You just substitute values, right? A equals 2 pi over 7, right? So you have sine of 2 pi over 7 minus B, which means pi over 7, right? And then you just simplify, right? So 2 pi subtract pi is going to be pi. So pi over 7. The answer must be C. Now question 114, similar to 112, right? This one is A, this one is B, this one is A, and this one is B, right? Just write the formula out, right? So it could be cosine A times cosine B plus sine A times sine B, right? This guy actually cosine of A minus B, right? A lot of students make mistake, right? This guy plus sine, this guy must be minus sine. If this guy minus sine, this guy must be plus sine. So keep that in mind. Alright, so it could be cosine of A, which means 5 pi over 12. Subtract B, which means pi over 12, right? So it's going to be cosine of 4 pi over 12, right? Now we're going to simplify this one, so it could be cosine of pi over 3, right? Cosine of pi over 3 equals 1/2, right? So the answer must be B. Now question 115. We have sine of 7 pi over 12. We label this one as A, right? This one as B, this one as B, and this one as A, right? So just write out the formula, right? So we have sine A cosine B plus sine B cosine A, right? This one actually is sine of A plus B, right? Now A equals 7 pi over 12, right? So we have sine of 7 pi over 12 plus B, which means pi over 12, right? So it could be sine of 8 pi over 12, right? Now simplify, it's going to be sine of 2 pi over 3, right? So sine of 2 pi over 3 is the same thing as sine of pi over 3, right? So it could be sine of pi over 3, which means root 3 over 2, right? The answer must be C. Now let's move on to the next question. The figures show two circles centered at the origin with angle measures of alpha and beta, respectively, in standard position. The terminal right of the angle alpha intersects the circle at point P. The terminal right of the angle beta intersects the circle at the point Q. The coordinates of the point P are 3 and 4, right here. And the coordinates of point Q are 12 and 5. It's to be right here, right? Don't forget the radius right here, 13, and radius right here is 5, right? Now, what is the value of sine 2 alpha, right? So, we're going to use the trig identities. We need to expand this one, right? It's going to be 2 sine alpha cosine alpha, right? Now remember that sine alpha equals y over radius, right? Cosine alpha equals s over radius. So keep that in mind. Right, so we have 2 times sine alpha equals y over r, right? So I have y over r times s over r, right? Now I substitute values y, which means 4 right here. At point P, s equals 3, y equals 4, right? So it could be 2 times 4 over radius equals 5, right? Times s equals 3 over 5, right? Now simplify, it could be 4 times 3, it could be 12, times 2, it could be 24 over 25. The answer must be C. Now, question 117. What is the value of cosine of alpha plus beta, right? So we need to expand this formula first, right? So we have cosine of alpha, cosine beta, minus sine alpha, sine beta, right? Now, cosine alpha is going to be formula right here, s over r, right? So you have s, which means 3, r, which means 5, right? So you have 3 over 5. Cosine beta is going to be s over r, right? S right here equals 12. R right here equals 13, right? So it could be 12 over 13, right? Minus sine alpha, which means y over r, right? So 4 over 5, right? And sine beta, beta right here, is going to be 5 over 13, right? Alright, now simplify this one. 3 times 12 is going to be 36 over 65. Now for this one right here, don't simplify this one. Don't cancel out 5 and 5, right? Because after you cancel out 5 and 5, and then you need to multiply them back, right? So don't do that. So minus 20 over 65, right? And then I'm going to subtract 36 subtract 20 is to be 16 over 65. The answer must be A. Now question 118. Cosine of 2 beta is going to be 2 cosine square of beta minus 1, right? Now, you know that cosine of beta is going to be s over r, right? S equals 12, r equals 13 right here, right? So you have 12 over 13, right? So you have 2 times 12 over 13 all together square minus 1, right? So it can be 2 times 144 over 169 minus 1, right? So it could be 288 over 169 minus 1, right? So it could be 288 minus 169 over 169, right? So it could be 119 over 169, right? The answer must be C. Now question 119. What is the value of this, right? So you need to expand this one using the formula sine of alpha cosine of pi over 2 minus sine of pi over 2 cosine of alpha, right? Remember you have sine of A minus B. It's going to be sine of A cosine of B minus sine of B cosine of A, right? Now we need to simplify this one. So sine alpha, which means y over r, right? So we look at the first diagram right here. Y equals 4 and r equals 5, which means 4 over 5, right? So we have 4 over 5 cosine of pi over 2 equals 0, right? minus sine pi over 2 equals 1, right? Cosine alpha, which means s over r, right? Now s equals 3, r equals 5 right here, right? So 3 over 5. Now simplify is to be negative 3 over 5. The answer must be B. Question 120. Which of the following expression is equivalent to cosine square of theta minus 1 times secant theta? Alright, so we need to convert secant to cosine, right? And cosine square of theta minus 1, we need to convert it to sine, right? So it's going to be, remember that we have sine square theta plus cosine square theta equals 1, right? Now, cosine square theta minus 1. Now, since we have cosine square theta minus 1, right? So we need to rewrite this one as cosine theta minus 1 equals negative sine square theta, right? So this one right here can be written as negative sine square theta times this one right here secant is going to be 1 over cosine theta, right? Sine square theta I just rewrite as negative sine theta times sine theta over cosine theta, right? So that I'm going to simplify this one and this one right here. So I have negative sine theta times sine theta over cosine theta is to be tangent theta, right? So the answer must be B. Question 121. Which of the following expression is equivalent to cosine s minus sine s squared? Alright, I just want to point out the common mistakes students always make. Alright, look, they're gonna do like this. Cosine square of s minus sine square of s. Right, this one completely is wrong. Right, you don't have that formula. Keep in mind, a minus b all together square equals a square minus 2ab plus b squared. If you don't know this formula, you just write like this. A minus b all together square equals a minus b times a minus b 2 times, right? And then you just FOIL this one, right? Or you use box method, right? So if I FOIL this one, it's to be a times a is to be a squared, a times negative b is to be negative ab, b times negative a is to be negative ab, right? And negative b times negative b is to be b squared. And if I simplify it, it's to be like this, right? Now go back over here. You need to expand this one using the formula right here, right? So I have cosine square of s minus 2 sine s cosine s, right? Plus sine square of s, right? Now the third term right here should be the plus side, right? Keep that in mind. This is the plus side. A lot of students make mistake, they put the negative side right here. That's wrong. Okay? The negative side goes into the middle term right here. Alright. Now to simplify this one, I just group them, right? So I have sine square of s plus cosine square of s, right? One group minus 2 sine s cosine s, right? Now sine square plus cosine square is to be 1, right? This is Pythagorean identity, right? Minus 2 sine s cosine s is to be sine 2s. This guy is the double angle formula, right? So the answer must be C. Now question 122. Given 1 minus cosine s different from 0, which of the following is equivalent to this one right here, right? Now again, we need to apply the Pythagorean identity, where sine square of s plus cosine square of s equals 1. And then from here, you just manipulate this one, right? So in order to solve for this one right here, I need to subtract 1 both sides and subtract cosine both sides, right? So I have sine square of s minus 1 equals negative cosine square of s, right? So this guy turns out to be negative cosine square of s, right? Now, in order to solve for this one right here, I need to subtract cosine square of s both sides, right? So I have sine square of s equals 1 minus cosine square of s, right? So I just replace this one with sine square of s, right? So I have sine square of s, right? Now cosine square divided by sine square is going to be cotangent square, right? So don't forget the negative sign. Negative cotangent square of s. So the answer must be A. Now question 123. We need to break this one down, right? So cosecant square of s divided by cosecant square of s, it could be 1, right? Now negative 1 divided by cosecant square of s, it could be negative 1 over cosecant square of s. Now the common mistake students always make, they're going to cancel out this side, this side. That's completely wrong. Alright, so this side turns out to be 1 minus 1 over cosecant square of s. It's going to be 1 over sine square of s, right? Now to simplify this one, I just multiply the top and bottom by sine square of s, right? So I have sine square of s, and this guy is sine square of s, right? This guy cancel out. So this guy turns out to be 1 minus sine square of s, right? Because 1 times this one equals sine square of s, the bottom is 1, right? 1 minus sine square of s equals cosine square of s by Pythagorean identity. The answer must be C. Now question 124. Which of the following expressions is equivalent to this guy? Alright, so we just expand this one using the trig identity, right? Cosecant s is going to be 1 over sine s, right? Now sine 2s, this guy is the double angles formula. It's going to be 2 sine s cosine s, right? Now this guy cancel out. So it's going to be 2 cosine s, right? The answer must be C. Now question 125. Which of the following expression is equivalent to 5 cosine 2 theta, right? So this guy is the double angle formula, right? So we just expand this one. It's going to be 5 times 2 cosine square theta minus 1, right? So it's going to be 10 cosine theta square, right? Minus 5, right? Because you need to distribute 5, right? So the answer must be C. Topic 3.13 Trigonometry and Polar Coordinates. Question 126. The location of a point in the plane is given by polar coordinates 7, 5 pi over 6. Which of the following gives another representation for this point in the polar coordinates? Now you have the formula. If you given the polar coordinates are comma beta. Now if you add even pi to the angle theta right here, the radius stay the same, so it's still R. Now the angle change, theta plus or minus k 2 pi, right? Where k is an integer. This one represents even pi, right? So which means you have 2 pi, 4 pi, 6 pi, 8 pi, etc., right? Now if you given the polar coordinate of theta, you add the odd pi to the angle theta right here. The radius becomes opposite, which means negative r, right? And then angle theta equals where k is an integer. Alright, which means you have pi, 3 pi, 5 pi, 7 pi, right? So this one is r pi, right? Alright, so to do this problem, I'm gonna add or subtract 2 pi, and I'm gonna add or subtract pi, right? So first I have 5 pi over 6. I'm gonna add 2 pi, right? So it's gonna be 17 pi over 6. It's not here, right? Now, if I subtract 2 pi to see what happens. So it could be negative 7 pi over 6, right? So if I subtract 2 pi, I get negative 7 pi over 6. It's right here, right? And then look at the formula right here. If you add or subtract even pi, the radius stays, right? So radius is 7, it's still 7, so the answer must be C. Now, if you add or subtract 2 pi and you still don't see the answer, and then you're gonna add or subtract pi to figure out the answer, right? Now, question 127. I have the angle pi over 2 right here, so I write pi over 2 here. I'm gonna add 2 pi, right? And then pi over 2, I'm gonna subtract 2 pi, right? For these two cases right here, radius stay, right? Now, I'm going to simplify this one. It's going to be 5 pi over 2. I look at the answer choice right here. I don't see 5 pi over 2. So this case doesn't work, right? Now, this guy becomes negative 3 pi over 2. Right? I look at this one. I see that negative 3 pi over 2 right here. But it say the radius stays, right? Radius 1. So it's still 1, right? But it's negative 1. So it's not the right answer, right? Now, I'm gonna add or subtract pi, right? So pi over 2, add pi, right? Pi over 2, subtract pi. In this situation, the radius is opposite, right? Now, this guy becomes 3 pi over 2, right? So I look at this one, I see that 3 pi over 2 right here, right? But the radius is opposite, right? Radius is 1 right here. It becomes negative 1, right? But it's still 1 right here, so this is not the right answer. Now, this guy becomes negative pi over 2, right? So negative pi over 2, I got this guy and this guy, right? But the radius is opposite, right? So it becomes negative 1, right? So this is not the right answer. The answer must be A. Now, question 128, similar, right? So I have pi over 3 add 2 pi, right? And pi over 3 subtract 2 pi, right? You're gonna check for different cases. And pi over 3 add pi, right? And pi over 3 subtract pi, right? This radius stay, right? This one radius is opposite, right? Now, I'm going to simplify this one. It's going to be 7 pi over 3. It's not here, right? So this is not the answer. This guy becomes negative 5 pi over 3. Right? I check this one. It's not here, so this is not the case, right? Now, this one becomes 4 pi over 3. It's right here, right? So radius must be opposite, right? Radius is negative 2 right here, becomes positive 2. So the answer must be D. Now question 129. We need to convert the polar coordinates to the rectangular coordinates. So we know that S equals R cosine theta, right? Y equals R sine theta, right? And R equals square root of S squared plus Y squared. Alright. Now we're gonna substitute values, right? Radius is 2, 7 pi over 6 is theta, right? So I need to solve for S, right? So S equals 2 times cosine of 7 pi over 6, right? Now cosine of 7 pi over 6 is negative root 3 over 2, right? So 2 times negative root 3 over 2. So it could be negative root 3, right? Now I need to eliminate C and D, right? Now Y equals 2 sine 7 pi over 6, right? So it could be 2 times sine 7 pi over 6 is negative 1/2, right? And then it turns out to be negative 1, right? So the answer must be A. Now question 130. S equals R cosine theta. Substitute values, this is r and this is theta, right? So it could be -1 cosine of 5 pi over 3, right? Cosine of 5 pi over 3 equals 1/2, right? -1 times 1/2. So it's gonna be -1/2, right? I need to eliminate B and C. Now y equals r sine theta, right? So it could be -1 sine of 5 pi over 3. So it's gonna be -1 times -√3 over 2. So it could be √3 over 2. So the answer must be D. Now question 131. This is R, this is theta. So S equals R cosine theta. It's going to be -4 cosine of -pi over 2, right? Because the cosine function is even, then -4 times cosine of pi over 2, right? Cosine of -s equals cosine s, sine of -s equals -sine s. So keep that in mind. Alright, so cosine of pi over 2 equals 0, so the answer equals 0, right? I need to eliminate A and B. Now y equals r sine theta, right? So it could be -4 sine of -pi over 2, right? So it's going to be -4 times negative of sine pi over 2, right? Because the sine function is r, right? So we're going to apply the formula right here, right? So it could be 4 times 1, right? Sine pi over 2 equals 1, so the answer is 4, right? So the answer must be D. Now question 132. We need to convert rectangular coordinates to the polar coordinates. So we're going to do back work, right? Now you have the formula r squared equals s squared plus y squared, right? And then if s greater than 0, then you have angle theta can be calculated as tangent inverse of y divided by s, right? If s less than 0, and then angle theta can be calculated as tangent inverse of y over s, and then you need to add pi, right? So keep that in mind. Now we're going to apply this formula, right? So we need to calculate radius first. So radius squared equals s squared plus y squared, right? So it could be -2 squared plus 0 squared, right? So it could be 4, right? Now take square root both sides, so radius equals plus and minus 2, right? Now we're going to use radius equal to first, right? So look at this one, s equals -2 less than 0, so theta equals tangent inverse of y divided by s, which means 0, right? And then you need to add pi, right? Tangent inverse of 0 equals 0, so the answer must be pi, right? So you have the coordinate point radius equal to comma pi, right? Now look at the answer choice right here, it's not there, right? Now you need to add or subtract 2 pi to see if you have the answer, or add or subtract pi, right? It's similar to the previous question. Alright, so now if I add 2 pi, so I have pi at 2 pi. It's going to be 3 pi. It's not there, right? So it's wrong. Now, pi, I'm going to subtract 2 pi. It's going to be -pi, right? So -pi is right here. But radius must be positive, right? Because when you add or subtract even pi, the radius doesn't change the sign, right? So this is not the case. Now, next one, you're going to add pi. It turned out to be 2 pi, right? And then you need to change the radius to be -2. So -2 and 2 pi. The answer must be C right here. Now question 133. A complex number is represented by a point in the complex plane. The complex number has the rectangular coordinates -3 and 3. Which of the following is one way to express the complex number using its polar coordinates or theta? In the complex plane, the polar coordinates can be written as r cosine theta plus I r sine theta. So keep that in mind. Alright, so basically you need to calculate radius first, right? Now you have the radius equals square root of s squared plus y squared. Alright, so it could be -3 squared plus 3 squared. It could be 18, right? So then it's gonna be square root of 9 times 2, right? Now 9 you can bring it outside, it turns out to be 3 root 2, right? So you can eliminate the answer B and D because the radius is wrong, right? Next one, you need to calculate the angle theta. It's gonna be tangent inverse of y divided by s, right? So it could be tangent inverse of 3 divided by -3. So it's gonna be tangent inverse of -1, right? So it could be 3 pi over 4. So the angle theta equals 3 pi over 4, right? The answer must be C. Now question 134 similar to question 133, right? I need to calculate the radius. So radius equals square root of s squared plus y squared, which means 1 over 4 plus 3 over 4, right? So it's going to be square root of 4 over 4. It's going to be 1, right? Now angle theta equals tangent inverse of y divided by s, which means -√3 over 2 divided by 1/2, right? Now I need to multiply the top and bottom by 2 right here because I see denominator has 2 right here. So this cancel out, this cancel out. The answer must be tangent inverse of -√3, right? So it's gonna be 5 pi over 3, right? So angle theta equals 5 pi over 3 and radius equals 1. The answer must be C. Now let's move on to question 135. Given the complex number in the polar coordinate form, right? Now we need to convert this one into the rectangular coordinate x and y right here. Alright, so we need to use the formula s equals r cosine theta, right? Y equals r sine theta, right? Now this one means s, this one means y, right? So you have 3 cosine of 5 pi over 4. Alright, so it's going to be 3 times -√2 over 2. So it could be -3 root 2 over 2. Now y equals r sine theta, which means 3 sine 5 pi over 4. So it could be 3 times -√2 over 2, right? So it could be -3 root 2 over 2. So the answer must be A. Now let's move on to question 136. It's gonna be the same thing, right? So I have S equals R cosine theta, right? This one is S, so it could be 4 cosine of -2 pi over 3, right? Because the cosine function is even, right? So this guy turns out to be 4 cosine of 2 pi over 3. Keep in mind the cosine function of s is even, then cosine of -s equals cosine of s. The sine is odd, so then sine of -s equals negative sine of s, right? So keep that in mind. Right, so cosine of 2 pi over 3 equals negative 1/2, right? So it could be 4 times negative 1/2. Right, so it could be negative 2, right? Now, y equals r sine theta, right? So it could be this one right here. 4 sine of negative 2 pi over 3, right? Now, the sine function is off, right? So this guy turns out to be negative 4 sine of 2 pi over 3, right? So this guy turns out to be negative 4 times root 3 over 2. So it could be negative 2 root 3, right? So x equals negative 2 and y equals negative 2 root 3. The answer must be B. Topic 3.14 Polar function graphs. Now question 137. The figure shows the graph of the polar function r equals f of theta, where theta from 0 to 2 pi. In the polar coordinate system, which of the following could be an expression for f of theta? Alright, so to do this type of problems, just pick a point on the graph and substitute into the equation and check. Alright, so for example, I pick this one, right? And you know that this point has the radius 3, right? And the angle is pi, right? Remember, you have the polar coordinates to be r theta, right? So I'm going to substitute pi for theta into each of these expressions right here to check, right? If the radius equals 3, and that's my answer, right? So theta equals pi, substitute here, sine pi equals 0, right? So you only have 1.5 left right here, which is not right? Cross it out. Next one, sine pi equals 0, you only have 1.5 left right here, which is not correct, right? Because you need 3, right? Now, cosine pi equals negative 1, right? So 1.5 plus 1.5 times negative 1 equals 0, right? Which is not right. And the last one, cosine pi equals negative 1, right? It's going to be 1.5 plus 1.5. It's going to be 3. The answer must be D. Now, let's move on to question 138. Question 138 similar to question 137, right? We're going to pick up points, right? So I'm going to pick this point right here, right? So I have r theta equals, the radius is 3 and the angle is 0, right? Now, I substitute 0 for theta into each of these expressions right here, and I'm going to check to see if the radius is 3, right? Now, sine 0 equals 0, right? So the radius is 1 right here, right? So this is not right. Now, sine 0 equals 0. This one has 1 left, right? So this is not right. This cosine 0 equals 1, right? So you have 1 minus 2 times 1, which is negative 1. It's not right, right? And the last one, cosine 0 equals 1. So you have 1 plus 2 times 1 equals 3, which is right here. So the answer must be D. Let's move on to question 139. The figure shows the graph of the polar function r equals f of theta, where f of theta equals 1 plus 2 cosine 2 theta. In the polar coordinate system for theta from 0 to 2 pi. There are 5 points labeled A, B, C, D, and E. If the domain of the function f is restricted to 0 to pi over 2, the portion of the given graph that remains consists of 2 pieces. One of those pieces is the portion of the graph in the quadrant 1 from A to B, right? So which means from here to here, right here, is given, right? Which of the following describe the other remaining piece? Alright, since you're given the equation of the polar function, go ahead sketch this one in the rectangular system, right? So first I need to convert this one into the standard form. It's going to be f of theta equals 2 cosine of 2 theta plus 1, right? Now you need to find the period, so the period is going to be 2 pi divided by b, right? B in this situation is going to be 2 right here, right? So it could be 2 pi divided by 2 is going to be pi, right? Now I have the period pi, so I put pi right here. Alright, so half of pi is going to be pi over 2, right? Half of pi over 2 is going to be pi over 4. And then this one should be 3 pi over 4, right? Now, the midline is 1, right? So I have 1 right here. The amplitude is 2, right? So the maximum must be 3, right? And the minimum should be -1, right? The distance from here to here is the amplitude, right? So this is A equals 2. Alright. Since this is a cosine function, right? So the cosine function starts from the maximum. And then there is no negative sign in front of amplitude, so there is no reflection, right? So the cosine function starts from the maximum right here. Alright, back down to the midline, right? So the midline right here, pi over 4, the first quadrant. This is the first quadrant. The second quadrant should be pi over 2 right here. It's going to be minimum, right? And back up to the midline, it could be the third quadrant, right? And the last quadrant is going to be pi over here. It's going to be maximum, right? So if you graph it, it's going to be something like this. The restricted domain is 0 to pi over 2, right? If you look at the polar graph, it's going to be from here to here, right? And if you look at the rectangular graph, it's going to be from here to here, right? Now you need to find the 0 right here, right? So in order to find the 0 right here, I need to let this one equal to 0, right? So I have 2 cosine 2 theta plus 1 equals 0, right? Subtract 1 both sides and divide both sides by 2. I have cosine of 2 theta equals -1/2, right? I have 2 theta equals 2 pi over 3 and 2 theta equals 4 pi over 3. Now I need to solve for angle theta within this domain right here, 0 to pi over 2, right? So I need to divide both sides by 2, so theta equals pi over 3, right? And the second one, theta equals 2 pi over 3, right? This one is outside of this domain, right? So I don't need to worry about this one, right? So theta equals pi over 3, which means the 0 right here, right? So this is pi over 3. Actually, this one is 2 pi over 3 right here, right? But we don't need that one. Alright, now, so then we have two intervals. The first one is going to be 0 to pi over 3, right? Right here. The second one is going to be pi over 3 to pi over 2, right? It's going to be right here. Alright, now, we're going to check the first case. When theta goes from 0 to pi over 3, which means it's going to be right here, right? This guy right here. So the angle pi over 3 is going to be right here, right? This is pi over 3. And then the portion of the graph in the quadrant 1 go from A to B, right? You see that? When the angle goes from 0 to pi over 3, the radius goes from A to B, right? This is the first one given right here. Now, The remaining one is the one goes from pi over 3 to pi over 2 right here. This one right here. This guy right here. Alright. So, since this guy right here, the radius is negative, right? Because pi over 3 to pi over 2 right here is below the x-axis, right? You need to reflect the point over the pole, right? So suppose I have the points right here, right? I need to reflect over the pole, so it could be somewhere right here, right? So it's gonna go from B to E. Why? Because the radius getting bigger and bigger, right? It's away from the origin, right? So the answer must be C. Now let's move on to question 140. Right, question 140 similar to question 139, right? Given the graph g of theta equals 3 sine 3 theta, right? Now we need to sketch the graph of this function on the rectangular system, right? So the interval we are going to explore is pi over 2 to pi over 3, right? So it could be from here to here, right? So you see that within this interval, the radius getting smaller and smaller, right? Because it's getting closer to the origin, right? Look, it's getting smaller. And then the radius within this interval is negative, right? So you need to reflect over the pole, right? Now, pi over 2 to pi over 3 is going to be right here. The reflection point should be within this interval, right? So then you will have the point somewhere else right here, right? Now, we need to know if the portion of the graph goes from C to D or D to C. We look at the radius right here. Right at 2 pi over 3 right here, it's going to be 0, right? Look, the radius getting smaller and smaller, right? So, right at pi over 2 right here, if you reflect, it's going to be right here, right? So, right here, it's going to be the biggest one, right? And it's getting smaller when it's go to the pole right here. So, it should be going from C to D, right? So, the answer must be D. Now let's move on to question 141. A portion of the graph of the polar function r equals f of theta, where f of theta equals 1.5 cosine 3 theta, is shown in the polar coordinate system for theta from A to B. If A greater than or equal to 0 less than B less than 2 pi, which of the following could be the values for A and B? Alright, so given the equation, we need to sketch this one in the rectangular system, right? So first I need to find the periods, right? Periods equal 2 pi divided by b, right? So it could be 2 pi divided by 3, right? Because b equals 3, right? Now you need to find the midline, right? The midline d equals 0, which is the x-axis, right? And the amplitude a equals 1.5, right? So then you have the maximum is 1.5, right? Minimum is 1.5, right? Now you're going to wrap this one in the rectangular system. So it's going to be something like this. Now we're going to check for the first interval. 7 pi over 6 to 4 pi over 3. So 7 pi over 6 to 4 pi over 3 is going to be right here. This interval, right? Right, since 7 pi over 6 to 4 pi over 3 is going to be from here to here, right? So it's going to be this interval right here. Now within this interval, the radius is positive, right? So you don't need to flip it, right? So if you have the point on this interval, it should be somewhere right here, right? So then if you look at this interval right here, there is no portion of the graph, right? So which means this one is wrong, right? Now next interval 5 pi over 6 to pi, right? 5 pi over 6 to pi is gonna be right here, right? And then on the polar graph, it's going to be from here to here, right? And then you look at the rectangular graph right here. It's below the x-axis, right? Since it's below the x-axis, the radius is negative, right? The radius is negative, and then if you have the point within this interval, you need to flip it over the pole, right? So if I flip this point over the pole, I get some points right here, right? So the answer right here could be right. Now I'm going to check the answer choice C. 5 pi over 3 to 2 pi, right? 5 pi over 3 to 2 pi, so it could be from here to here, right? Now, within this interval, I'm going to split this guy into two intervals, right? The first one, I'm going to talk about the 5 pi over 3 to 11 pi over 6, right? From here to here first, right? From here to here first, right? So 5 pi over 3 to 11 pi over 6, it's going to be from here to here. Now, if you look at the rectangular graph right here, you see that within this interval, the radius is negative because the function is below the axis, right? So if the radius is negative, you need to reflect it over the pole, right? If you reflect it over the pole, it should be somewhere right here, right? But you don't see any portion of the graph, right? So it makes C wrong. Now the last one, 3 pi over 2 to 2 pi, right? 3 pi over 2 to 2 pi. So it's going to be from here to here. So you see that this interval contains the interval 5 pi over 3 to 11 pi over 6, right? Right here. But we just proved that this one is wrong, right? So it makes the whole thing wrong, right? So the answer must be B. Let's move on to question 142. Which of the following is the graph of the polar function r equals f of theta, where f of theta equals 1.5 plus 1.5 cosine theta in the polar coordinate system for theta from 0 to 2 pi, right? Now, in order to do this problem, you just pick a point and you substitute over here, you check, right? Now to do this problem, I just pick the angle theta equals 0. I substitute 0 for theta into this equation to see what happens, right? So I have f of 0 equals 1.5 plus 1.5 cosine 0, right? Cosine 0 equals 1, right? So the answer must be 3, which is the radius, right? So when angle theta equals 0, the radius is 3, right? Now you're going to check answer choice A. Angle theta equals 0, so it's right here on the x-axis, right? The radius in this situation is 1 point something right here, right? But we need the radius is 3, so the answer A is wrong. Right? B. Angle theta equals 0, so it could be right here, right? And the radius right here is to be 1 point something. Now the radius right here is 3, so answer choice B is wrong, right? Angle theta equals 0, so it could be on the polar axis, right? And the radius is 3 right here, right? The radius is 3 right here, so it makes C correct. Now answer choice D. The angle theta equals 0, the radius is 0. This makes answer choice D wrong. Now let's move on to the next question. Question 143. Which of the following is the graph of the polar function r equals g theta, where g theta equals 3 sine 4 theta in the polar coordinate system, theta from 0 to 2 pi? Alright, so in order to do this problem, we need to graph this one in the rectangular system, right? So it's going to be like this. The period is 2 pi divided by 4, right? So it could be pi over 2, right? So you have the period is pi over 2, so I have pi over 2 right here. Now half of pi over 2 is going to be pi over 4, right? Now we're going to check our answer. We see that at theta equals pi over 8, the function has the maximum value, which is the radius equal 3, right? Right here, as theta equal pi over 8, right? So pi over 8, which means half of pi over 4 is going to be right here, right? Look at this one, the radius is not 3, the radius is somewhere right here. I think that is going to be about 2 something. If you draw the line, it's about 2. So this one is wrong, right? Now, answer choice B, pi over 8, this is pi over 4, right? So pi over 8 right here. Now, if you connect this one, you see that the radius is should be somewhere right here. It's not 3, right? So the answer choice B is wrong. Next one, C, pi over 8 is going to be right here. This is pi over 4. This is 0, right? So this is pi over 8. The radius is 3, yes, because it's on the third circle right here, right? So the answer choice C is correct. Now the last one right here, pi over 8 right here. There's nothing right here, right? Now question 144 similar to 143, right? We still do the exactly same thing, right? We just get this one, right? Now we're gonna check it. At pi over 4, the radius is 0, right? It's on the x-axis right here, right? So pi over 4 right here. Look at this is pi over 4. The radius is 6, right? So this one is wrong. Now pi over 4 right here. The radius is 0, right? So this one could be right. Now pi over 4 is going to be right here. The radius is still 0, right? So this one could be right. Now pi over 4 is going to be right here. The radius is 6, right? So this one is wrong. We're going to check the next one. At theta equals 0, the radius is maximum 6, right? So we only have answer choice B and C right here, right? Angle theta equals 0, right? So it's on the polar axis right here. Radius is 6. Yes, that's correct, right? So answer choice B is correct. Now answer choice C. Angle theta equals 0, so it's on the polar axis. But you see nothing right here, right? Radius right here is 0, right? So answer choice C is wrong. The answer must be B. Now let's move on to question 145. Which of the following is the graph of the polar function R equals f of theta, where f of theta equals 6 sine squared theta in the polar coordinate system, theta from 0 to 2 pi. Alright, so in order to do this one, you just pick the angle theta, right? So suppose I'm going to let angle theta equals pi over 2. And I'm going to find the radius, right? So I substitute into this equation right here. So I have f of pi over 2. It's going to be 6 times sine of pi over 2 all together square, right? So it can be 6 times sine pi over 2 equals 1, right? So it can be 1 square. So it could be 6, right? So at angle theta equal pi over 2, the radius is 6, right? Check. Answer choice A. Pi over 2 is going to be the y-axis right here. And then the radius is 6 right here. Yes, that's correct, right? So the answer choice A could be right, right? Now answer choice B. At theta equals pi over 2, the radius is not 6, right? Because there's nothing right here, right? So the answer choice B is wrong. Answer choice C, angle theta equal pi over 2, the radius is not 6, right? Because there's nothing right here, right? So answer choice C is wrong. Answer choice D, angle theta equal pi over 2, radius not 6, right? There's nothing right here, right? So it's wrong. So the answer must be A. Now let's move on to question 146. Given the graph f of theta equals 3 cosine 3 theta, right? Again, we just get this one to see what happens, right? So, alright, now we're gonna pick the angle and then we substitute over here to find the radius, right? So suppose I pick the angle theta equals 0 to see what happens. Substitute over here. Substitute 0 for theta, right? So I have f of 0 equals 3 cosine of 3 times 0, which means 0, right? So it could be cosine of 0 equals 1. So 3 times 1 equals 3, right? So f of 0 equals 3, which means the angle theta equals 0, the radius is 3, right? Look at answer choice A. Angle theta equals 0, the radius is 0, right? Answer choice A is wrong. Answer choice B. angle theta equals 0 is going to be on the polar axis, the radius is 3. Yes, this one could be right. Answer choice C, angle theta equals 0, the radius is nothing right here, right? So this one is wrong. And answer choice D, angle theta equals 0, the radius is nothing right here, right? So answer choice D is wrong. So the final answer must be B. Now, let's move on to question 147. Given the graph f of theta equals 3 minus 3 sine theta, right? So we just get this one. Now, suppose I pick the points right here. Theta equals 3 pi over 2, and the radius is 6, right? This is maximum, right? So I have the point, it's going to be 6, 3 pi over 2, right? Now, angle theta equals 3 pi over 2. It's going to be right here, right? The radius right here is not 6, right? The radius right here is about 3, right? So this one is wrong. Answer choice B, 3 pi over 2 is going to be right here. The radius right here less than 6, so this one is wrong. Answer choice C, 3 pi over 2 right here, and radius is 0, right? Because there's nothing right here. It's one wrong. 3 pi over 2 is going to be right here. Radius right here equals 6, right? So the answer choice D is correct. Now, question 148. We need to sketch the graph right here, right? So we just rewrite this one as f of theta equals negative 2 sine theta plus 1, right? So then we have the midline 1, right? And then the period is 2 pi because b equals 1, right? So now for the answer choice A, angle theta equals 0, the radius is 2, right? Look at the rectangular graph right here. Angle theta equals 0, the radius right here equals 1, right? The midline right here 1. So this one makes answer choice A incorrect, right? Answer choice B, I'm gonna look at this one right here. I pick this point right here. Angle theta equals pi over 2, radius is negative 1, right? So angle theta equals pi over 2, radius is negative 1. Since radius is negative 1, I need to reflect over the pole. It becomes 1 right here, right? So answer choice B could be correct. Answer choice C, I'm gonna pick this point right here. The angle theta equals pi and radius is 1, right? So angle theta equals pi, radius is 1, which means it's right here. You don't need to reflect, right? So you see that there's nothing right here. So the answer choice C is wrong, right? Now for answer choice D right here, I'm gonna pick 3 pi over 2, right? So 3 pi over 2 is gonna be right here. The radius right here is 3, right? So 3 pi over 2, which means it's right here. And you don't see anything right here. Radius is 3. So it's positive. You don't need to reflect, right? So you see nothing right here. The answer choice D is wrong. So finally, answer choice B is correct. Now let's move on to question 149. Alright, so given the graph f of theta equals 6 cosine 2 theta. Alright, there are 5 points labeled A, B, C, D, and E. Alright, now we need to sketch this one first, right? So we need to find the period. So the period equals 2 pi divided by B, which means 2 pi divided by 2, right? Because B equals 2 right here. So it's going to be pi, right? Now you're going to take pi divided by 4, right? So each quarter is going to be pi over 4, right? So I'm going to sketch this one. The interval from 5 pi over 4 to 3 pi over 2 is going to be from here to here. Alright, so within this interval, the radius is negative, right? Because it's below the x-axis, right? On the polar graph, you should locate the interval from 5 pi over 4 to 3 pi over 2, right? So 5 pi over 4 is going to be right here. 2 3 pi over 2 is going to be right here, right? Now, you're going to check. Within this interval, the radius is negative, right? Since the radius is negative, you need to reflect over the pole, right? So if you reflect over the pole, it should be in the first quadrant right here. So it should be this guy right here. Only, right? And then you need to check the radius. Look, it's from 5 pi over 4 to 3 pi over 2. It's getting further away from the origin, right? Which means the radius getting bigger and bigger, right? So you need to check to see if it's go from E to B or B to E, right? So it's getting bigger, which means it's getting further away from the pole, right? So it should be from E to B, right? So it should be this direction. So E to B is going to be A. Now let's move on to question 150. Alright, given the graph of the function f of theta equals 6 times sine 2 theta, right? And then the restricted domain is going to be 7 pi over 4 to 2 pi, right? Now we need to sketch this graph, right? So you have the periods, it's going to be 2 pi divided by 2 right here, right? So it could be pi, right? And you look at this one, it's 7 pi over 4 to 2 pi. So you need to extend this one to one more cycle, right? So if you grab it, it should have 2 cycles, so keep that in mind. So 7 pi over 4 to 2 pi should be right here. Alright, within this interval, the radius is negative, right? Now, on the polar graph, 7 pi over 4 to 2 pi is going to be from here to here. Now, since the portion of the graph within this interval is below the axis, right? So the radius is negative, right? If the radius is negative, it's reflect over the pole. So it should be this interval right here, right? From 7 pi over 4 to 2 pi. And you see that the radius getting smaller and smaller because it's getting closer to the pole, right? So you look at this one right here. It's from A to E or from E to A, right? So from A is the biggest, right? So it's go from A to E because E is the pole, right? So the answer must be B. The bottom portion of the graph in quadrant 2 from A to E, right? The portion right here, this one only. Topic 3.15, rates of change in polar functions. Alright, before we're going to dive into the problem 151, let's review this concept. If you have the plus sign times plus sign, the answer must be positive, right? Negative times negative, the answer must be positive, right? Because they have the same sign. Negative times positive, the answer is negative, right? And positive times negative, the answer is negative, right? Now, we're going to use the plus sign and minus sign to represent negative, decreasing, positive, and increasing, right? So, this is negative, we're going to use the negative side, right? Decreasing, which means negative side, right? So negative times negative is going to be positive, right? This one is positive right here, right? So the answer choice A could be right. Now, answer choice B, this is positive, we're going to use the plus side, right? Decreasing, we're going to use the negative side, right? So positive times negative is going to be negative, but this one is positive, right? So the answer choice B is wrong. We need to eliminate it, right? Now, next one, negative is going to be negative side, right? Increasing is going to be plus side, right? So, plus side times minus side, it should be minus side, right? This one is minus side, right? So, answer choice C could be right. And the last one, positive, we're going to use the plus side, right? Increasing, plus side, right? So, plus side times plus side is going to be plus, right? This one is minus, right? So the answer choice D is wrong. We need to eliminate, right? So we have A and C could be right. Now next one, we need to sketch this one, right? And this one very easy to sketch. You already learned in previous lesson, right? So if you don't know how to sketch this one, just revisit the video in the description below. Okay. Alright, so here's the graph of the function f of theta equals 2 plus 3 cosine theta, right? Now you know that the maximum is 5, right? Because the maximum equals the midline plus the amplitude, right? 2 plus 3 equals 5, right? The midline equals 2. And the minimum is going to be 2 minus 3 is going to be negative 1, right? And you see that the period is 2 pi, right? Because b equals 1. And you have period equal 2 pi divided by b, right? So it can be 2 pi, right? And cosine function starts from the maximum, right? Back down to the midline right here, go down to the minimum, back up to the midline and go up to the maximum, right? Alright, now we're going to check answer choice A and C, right? Now we look at the interval right here, 5 pi over 6 to pi, right? We have pi right here, but we don't have 5 pi over 6, right? So 5 pi over 6 could be somewhere else right here, right? It could be right here, right? Because 5 pi over 6 is between pi over 2 and pi, right? Now we need to check to see if 5 pi over 6 is positive or negative. If it's positive, it should be somewhere right here. If it's negative, it should be somewhere right here, right? So we need to substitute 5 pi over 6 for theta into this equation right here, right? So we have f of 5 pi over 6. It's going to be 2 plus 3 cosine of 5 pi over 6, right? Now it's going to be 2 plus 3 times negative root 3 over 2, right? So it's going to be 2 plus negative 3 root 3 over 2, right? And it's going to be negative for sure, right? So if it's less than 0, 5 pi over 6 should be right here. Right, the point should be right here. And then you have the interval from 5 pi over 6 to pi is going to be right here. Alright, now observe that this interval is below the axis, right? This one below the axis, so it's going to be negative, right? And you see that it's going down, so it should be decreasing, right? So you see that it's negative and decreasing. So then the distance is increasing, right? So the answer is A, right? And you see that it's getting further away from the origin, right? So it's getting bigger, right? So the radius is bigger. Now question 152, similar to 151, right? And then we need to sketch the graph of this one in the rectangular system, right? Alright, so here's the graph of f of theta equals 2 minus 4 sine theta, right? Right, the maximum is 6, the minimum is negative 2, right? The midline is 2, right? And you see that there is a negative sign in front of amplitude, right? So there is a reflection over the midline, right? Now we're gonna check it. The polar function r equal f of theta, where f of theta equals 2 minus 4 sine theta is graphed in the polar coordinate system for theta from 0 to 2 pi. On which of the following intervals of theta is the distance between the points with polar coordinates f of theta, and the origin decreasing? So the distance is decreasing, which means this one is negative, right? Negative can be written as negative times positive, right? Or positive times negative, right? So what does that mean? Negative, which means the function is below the axis, right? The function less than 0. Positive right here, which means the function is increasing, right? Now positive right here, which means the function above the axis, right? And this one, the function is decreasing, right? So it's make the distance between the point and the origin decreasing, right? So keep that in mind. Now we're going to check for every single interval. The first interval is going to be pi over 6 to pi over 2, right? Pi over 2 right here. Now we need to find where pi over 6 goes, right? So we need to substitute pi over 6 for theta into this equation right here. We need to find f of pi over 6, right? So we have f of pi over 6 is going to be 2 minus 4 sine of pi over 6, right? And then sine of pi over 6 equals 1/2, right? So if we simplify this one, it's going to be 0, right? Theta equals pi over 6 is a 0, right? So it's going to be right here, right? So we have the interval, it's going to be from here to here, right? And you see that this interval is below the axis, so it's going to be negative, right? Now, it's negative and decreasing, right? Because it's going down, right? So it could be negative. Negative times negative is going to be positive, right? But we need negative right here. We need decreasing, right? So the answer choice A is wrong. Now, next one, 5 pi over 6 to pi, right? Again, we need to calculate f of 5 pi over 6, right? So it's going to be 2 minus 4 sine of 5 pi over 6, right? So it could be 2 minus 4 sine of 5 pi over 6, it could be 1/2 again, right? So this guy is still 0, right? So theta equals 5 pi over 6 is a 0 of the function. It should be right here, right? Now the interval should be from here to here, right? This interval is above the axis, so it can be positive. And this interval is increasing, right? So it can be another positive. Positive times positive should be positive, right? So which means the distance is increasing, but we need the distance right here decreasing, right? So the answer choice B is wrong, right? Now question C. 5 pi over 4 to 3 pi over 2, right? We don't see 5 pi over 4 right here, right? So we need to calculate f of 5 pi over 4 to see where it is, right? It's gonna be 2 minus 4 times sine of 5 pi over 4. Sine of 5 pi over 4 equals negative root 2 over 2, right? So it could be 2 minus 4 times negative root 2 over 2. Now, if you simplify this one, it's going to be 2 plus 2 root 3. So it's going to be positive, right? If it's positive, it should be above the axis, right? So it's going to be somewhere else right here between pi and 3 pi over 2. So it's going to be right here, right? Middle between pi and 3 pi over 2. This one is 5 pi over 4, right? Now the interval should be from here to here, right? Now it's above the axis, so it's going to be positive, right? And it's increasing, so it's going to be another positive. Positive times positive, it's going to be positive. But we need negative right here, decreasing. So the answer choice C is wrong, right? Now the last one, 5 pi over 3 to 11 pi over 6. We don't need to calculate it. We know that this interval right here should be between 3 pi over 2 and 2 pi, right? So it's going to be somewhere else right here, right? This one right here is 5 pi over 3. And this one right here is going to be 11 pi over 6, right? Alright, so you have the interval, it's going to be right here. Now you see that this interval is above the axis, so it can be positive. And it's going to be decreasing, so it can be negative. Positive times negative is going to be negative. This is what we need, right? Because the distance is decreasing, which means negative. So the answer is D. Now let's move on to question 153. The polar function r equals f of theta, where f of theta equals 1 minus 2 cosine 2 theta, is graphed in the polar coordinate system for theta from 0 to 2 pi. On which of the following intervals of theta is the distance between the point with polar coordinates above theta, and the origin increasing, which means plus sign, right? Now we just review this one. Plus sign can be written as negative times negative equals positive, right? Or positive times positive equals positive, right? So one of this one, right? Alright, so first you need to sketch this guy on the rectangular system, right? Alright, if you wrap it correctly, it should be something like this. Alright, since you have the negative side in front of the amplitude, so there is a reflection. And the period is going to be pi, because P equals 2 pi divided by B. B in this situation is 2 right here, right? So keep that in mind, it's going to be pi. Now I need to extend this one to one more cycle. So it's going to be 2 cycles right here. Because I see 7 pi over 6 right here is greater than pi, right? So keep that in mind. 0 to pi over 6, it could be inside the 0 to pi over 4, right? It's going to be inside of this one, right? If it's inside of this one, it should be negative somewhere right here. If it's inside the interval from 0 to pi over 4, right? And then you see that there is a portion below the axis right here, right? So it is negative, right? And then you see that the function is increasing because it's going up, right? So it can be positive. Negative times positive equals negative, right? But we need positive here, right? So answer choice A is incorrect, right? Now next one, pi over 2 to 5 pi over 6. It's gonna be from here to here, somewhere right here, right? Now observe that 5 pi over 6 is greater than 3 pi over 4. So 5 pi over 6 would be somewhere right here, right? So you have the portion right here below the axis, right? This one below the x-axis, then the function is negative, right? And it's decreasing, right? So it's going to be another negative. So it turns out to be positive. This is what we need, right? But if you look at the one above the axis right here, right? The remaining one right here. This one is above the axis, so it can be positive, right? And it's decreasing, right? So it can be negative. So the answer must be negative, but we need positive, right? So answer choice B is incorrect, right? Now answer choice C, from pi to 7 pi over 6. 7 pi over 6 is between pi and 5 pi over 4, right? So it could be somewhere else right here, right? And then you have the interval, it's going to be from here to here, right? And you see that this interval is below the axis, right? If it's below the axis, it should be negative, right? And then you see that the function is increasing within this interval, which means it's going to be positive, right? Negative times positive is going to be negative, right? But we need positive, right? So the answer choice C is incorrect, right? Now the last one, from 7 pi over 6 to 3 pi over 2. So it could be the interval from here to here. Now observe that 7 pi over 6 is a zero of this function, right? 7 pi over 6 actually right here. Why? Because if you substitute 7 pi over 6 for theta into this equation, you will have f of 7 pi over 6 equals 1 minus 2 cosine of 7 pi over 6 multiplied by 2, right? So it's going to be 1 minus 2 cosine of 7 pi over 3, right? So this one can be written as 1 minus 2 cosine of pi over 3 plus 2 pi, right? And then you just ignore the period right here. So it's going to be 1 minus 2 cosine of pi over 3, right? It's going to be 1 minus 2 times 1/2, right? So it could be 0. So theta equals 7 pi over 6 is a 0, right? So within this interval, there is no portion below the axis, right? So it's completely above the axis, right? So it's going to be from here to here. Alright. So within this interval, you see that it's going to be above the axis, so it should be positive. And the function is increasing, right? So it could be another positive. Positive times positive, it could be positive. This is what we need right here, right? So the distance between the point and the origin is increasing. The answer must be D. Now let's move on to question 154. In the polar coordinate system, the graph of the polar function r equals f of theta is shown with a domain of all real numbers. Theta within 0 to 2 pi. On this interval of theta, the graph has no holes, passes through each point exactly one time, and as theta increases, the graph passes through the point labeled A, B, C, and D in that order. On which of the following intervals is the average rate of change of R with respect to theta least? Now you know that the average rate of change is given by the formula f of B minus f of A over B minus A. Now, case number 1. If f of B greater than f of A, then does that mean f of B minus f of A greater than 0, right? So if this guy greater than 0, the average rate of change is positive, right? You have f of B greater than f of A. The average rate of change is positive, right? Now second case, if f of B less than f of A, then f of B minus f of A less than 0, right? Look at this one. If it's less than 0, the whole thing should be negative, right? So second one, f of B less than f of A. The sign of the average rate of change is negative, right? Now the third case, if f of B equals f of A, then f of B minus f of A equals 0, right? So you look at this one right here, the average rate of change is 0, right? So f of B equals f of A. The average rate of change is 0, right? Now you look at this one right here, least, which means this one right here. If it's negative, it's gonna be least, right? So we just check from A to B. From A to B, you see that at point A and point B, you have the same distance from the origin right here, which means the radius should be the same. If the radius is the same, the average rate of change is 0, right? So this is not the answer choice, right? We need least, which means we need negative, right? Now from B to C, you see that the radius is going to be like this, right? And you see that from B to C, it's go this way, right? And the radius getting bigger and bigger. If the radius getting bigger and bigger, which means f of B minus f of A positive, right? It's not the least, right? So the answer choice B is wrong. Now next one, from B to D, right? It's gonna be this one right here. So within this interval, we need to split this one into two intervals. From here to here, it's getting bigger and bigger, right? Because the radius is getting bigger, right? But from here to here, the radius getting smaller and smaller, right? So it's conflict, right? Within the interval from B to D is conflict, right? So answer choice C is not correct. Now answer choice D, from D to A. from D to A, you see that the radius getting smaller and smaller, right? A is less, right? It's right here. You see that? The distance getting smaller and smaller from D to A. So if the radius getting smaller and smaller, which means f of B less than f of A, the sign of arbitrary change should be negative, right? And then this one is the least. So the answer must be D. Now let's move on to question 155. 155 is opposite to 154, right? We do exactly the same thing. Now answer choice A, from A to B, which means from here to here. Alright, you see that the radius getting bigger and bigger, right? If the radius getting bigger and bigger, which means f of B greater than f of A, then the sign of the arbitrary change must be positive, right? So this one is the radius one. So the answer choice A could be correct. Let's check for the other answer. Now the second one, from A to C, is going to be from here to here. And you see that they have the same radius because they are equal distance from the pole, right? So this one right here, the arbitrary change is 0, right? This is not the radius, right? This one is positive. Now the next one, from B to C, it's going to be from here to here. And you see that the radius getting smaller and smaller, right? From B is the biggest one, right? And then it's getting smaller and smaller. You see that? So if it's getting smaller and smaller, f of B less than f of A, right? Which means the sign of the arbitrary change is negative, right? So this one is the least. And then from B to D, it's going to be right here, right? Now the radius getting smaller and smaller. It should be negative right here, right? You will see it. Alright, so finally the answer choice A is correct. Now question 156. The polar function R equals f of theta, where f of theta equals 4 cosine 2 theta, is graphed in the polar coordinate system. As theta varies from theta equals pi over 4 to theta equals 3 pi over 4. How is the distance between the origin and the point with polar coordinates f of theta changing? Right? So in order to do this one, we need to sketch this one in the rectangular system. Alright, so here's the graph of f of theta equals 4 cosine 2 theta, right? Now, we need to check this interval right here, from pi over 4 to 3 pi over 4. So I'm going to look at this one, pi over 4 to 3 pi over 4. It's going to be two intervals from pi over 4 to pi over 2, right? And another interval, it should be from pi over 2 to 3 pi over 4, right? Now, the question is, how's the distance between the origin and the point changing, right? So we need to compare the radius from this interval to the origin, right? Now look at this one right here. You see that from pi over 4 to pi over 2, the radius is getting bigger and bigger because it's further away from the pole, right? Now, from pi over 2 to 3 pi over 4, the radius getting smaller. Look, right here is the maximum, and then it's getting smaller and smaller. You will see it, right? So the distance is increasing, then decreasing. The answer must be C. Now let's move on to question 157. Consider the graph of the polar function r equals f of theta, where f of theta equals 1 minus 2 sine theta in the polar coordinate system. Which of the following statements about the r equals f of theta is true over the interval 2 pi over 3 to 3 pi over 4, right? First, we need to sketch this one in the rectangular system. Alright, so here's the graph. Now be careful, there is a negative sign in front of amplitude, so there is a reflection over the midline, right? Now question A. The average rate of change of the radius with respect to theta is positive, and the points on the graph are above the x-axis, right? Now we need to check for the average rate of change first to see if it's positive or negative, right? So we need to calculate f of b and f of a. We need to compare, right? If f of b greater than f of a, then the average rate of change is positive, right? F of b is right here, right? So we have f of 3 pi over 4. Substitute 3 pi over 4 for theta into this equation right here, right? We have 1 minus 2 sine of 3 pi over 4. Sine of 3 pi over 4 equals root 2 over 2, right? So it could be 1 minus 2 times root 2 over 2. So it could be 1 minus root 2, right? Now we need to calculate f of a, which means f of 2 pi over 3, right? So it's going to be 1 minus 2 sine of 2 pi over 3, right? Now it's going to be 1 minus 2 times root 3 over 2, right? So it could be 1 minus root 3, right? Next one, we need to check f of b minus f of a, right? So it's going to be f of b right here, 1 minus root 2, subtract f of a, which means 1 minus root 3, right? And then it's going to be 1 minus root 2 minus 1 plus root 3 when you distribute negative 1 right here, right? So the answer must be root 3 subtract root 2, which is positive, right? If it's positive, I need to eliminate the answer B and D because it's a negative, right? Now I'm going to check to see if the points on the x-axis are below the axis. First, I need to find the zero of this function, right? I need to find the zero right here. So in order to find the zero, I just let this one equals 0, right? So it's going to be 1 minus 2 sine theta equals 0, right? So it's going to be sine theta equals 1/2, right? And then theta equals pi over 6. Theta equals 5 pi over 6, right? So pi over 6 is less than pi over 2, so it's not the case, right? So this one is not right. 5 over 6 should be right here. So this guy is 5 pi over 6. Now we know that 3 pi over 4 is less than 5 pi over 6, right? So then 2 pi over 3 and 3 pi over 4 must be on the left of 5 pi over 6, right? So 3 pi over 4 could be somewhere right here, right? And 2 pi over 3 could be somewhere right here, right? And then you have the interval, it's going to be from here to here. This interval is below the x-axis, right? So the answer must be C. This one is above the axis. Now question 158. Consider the graph of the polar function r equals f of theta, where f of theta equals 3 times sine theta cosine theta in the polar coordinate system. As theta increase on the interval pi over 2 to 3 pi over 4, which of the following statements is true about the points on the graph of r equals f of theta in the xy plane, right? Now, in order to do this one, I'm going to copy this problem to the whiteboard because I need to use the unit circle. Now, the first thing I need to do is to find the zero of this guy, right? So how do I do it? I need to let f of theta equals 0. This guy is the same thing as 3 times sine of theta times cosine of theta equals 0. This one is the zero product, right? So I need each of this one equals 0, right? So I have sine theta equals 0 and cosine theta equals 0, right? Now if sine theta equals 0, theta equals k pi, right? And cosine theta equals 0, theta equals k times pi over 2, right? Where k is the integer, right? Now if k equals 0, you get 0 for the first one, right? You get 0 for the second one, right? K equals 1, you get pi, right? On the bottom, you get pi over 2, right? K equals 2, you get 2 pi. This guy, you get 3 pi over 2, right? Etc. Alright, now I have the 0, I need to draw the number line. I put 0 right here. The next one should be pi over 2, right? Next one should be pi. Next one should be 3 pi over 2. Next one should be 2 pi. Alright, now I'm going to check for the sine in each interval right here. From 0 to pi over 2, it's going to be the first quadrant right here. Right? This first quadrant, sine, cosine, positive, right? F of theta is positive, right? So this guy is positive. Now, second one, the interval from pi over 2 to pi is going to be right here, right? Sine is positive and cosine is negative, right? Keep in mind, you have a trick to memorize this one. All students take calculus, right? The first quadrant or trigonometric function has a positive value, right? The second quadrant only sine positive, the rest one should be negative. The third one tangent is positive, the rest one should be negative. And the last one cosine is positive and the rest one should be negative. So keep that in mind. Second quadrant sine is positive, cosine is negative. So if you multiply this guy up, it's going to be negative, right? So it's going to be negative right here. The third quadrant, pi to 3 pi over 2, is going to be right here. This quadrant, sine and cosine is negative, right? So if sine and cosine negative, when you multiply them up, it's going to be positive, right? So this guy should be positive. And the last one, from here to here, only cosine positive, right? Cosine is positive, sine is negative. The answer must be negative, right? So this one is negative. Alright. Now we're going to check the interval right here. Pi over 2 to 3 pi over 4. Pi over 2 right here. 3 pi over 4 right here, which means it's inside this interval right here, right? So 3 pi over 4 could be right here. Within this interval, the radius is still negative, right? So if the radius is negative, the function is below the x-axis, right? So then you need to eliminate C and D, right? Because it's say above the axis, right? Now you need to check to see if it's getting farther from the origin or closer to the origin. In order to do that one, we need to check for the average rate of change. Now the formula for the arbitrary of change is going to be f of b minus f of a over b minus a. This one is a. This one is b, right? So you have f of 3 pi over 4 subtract f of pi over 2 over 3 pi over 4 subtract pi over 2. Now substitute 3 pi over 4 for theta in this equation. So we have 3 sine of 3 pi over 4 cosine 3 pi over 4 minus this one right here 3 sine pi over 2 cosine of pi over 2 over 3 pi over 4 subtract pi over 2 is going to be pi over 4, right? Sine of 3 pi over 4 is going to be root 2 over 2, right? So this guy equals 3 times root 2 over 2. Cosine 3 pi over 4 equals negative root 2 over 2, right? Now this one cosine pi over 2 equals 0, so the whole thing right here is 0, right? It's going to be pi over 4, right? Now simplify this one, it's going to be root 2 over 2 times root 2 over 2 is going to be negative 1/2, right? So it's going to be 3 times negative 1/2 over pi over 4, right? So this one is negative 3 over 2 over pi over 4, right? Now you need to multiply the top and bottom by 4, right? Because I see 4 right here. This one cancel out. So it could be negative 3. This one cancel. So it could be times 2, right? Over pi left right here. So it could be negative 6 over pi, which is negative, right? So if the average rate of change is negative, the function is decreasing, right? Now previously we know that the function is below the axis, which means it's going to be negative, right? Minus sign to represent the negative, right? Decreasing should be minus sign. This guy times this guy is going to be plus sign, which means increasing, right? So the radius is increasing. If the radius is increasing, it's getting further away from the origin, right? So the answer must be A. And it's good time to stop. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed the video. Remember that if you failing to prepare, you're preparing to fail.
We rise like tall buildings as the chemicals they take us higher. The night's young and it's just begun as she puts her hand in mine.